Hello. Okay. That's fantastic. Thank you, Julie. I'm sure that's why you were calling. My audio is on. Wow. Okay. Hey, it just wouldn't be me, would it, folks? It just wouldn't be me. It wouldn't be. It wouldn't be me. They're trying to silence me, folks. They're trying to. Oh, it's me. Ah, okay. Yeah. All right. Censorship at its best, folks. You know you're spitting some good stuff when even yourself censors you. Okay. So I wanted to find the lip readers in the house. I wanted to find the lip readers. Listen, folks, you know that everything I do, there's a purpose to it, right? I think I got you, Julie. Hello? Hello? Hi. I know. Thank you so much. As soon as the phone rang, I turned my audio on. Thank you, hon. I, all right. Much love to you. Thank you. All right. All right. Thank goodness for Julie Harris giving me a heads up for you all, folks. Hey, just for that, would you go buy some of her soap? She has some amazing soap on the Indoctrination. Go grab yourself some. Hey guys, let's see. Okay, so Athena, Scott McKay, 11021 Tipping Point broadcast on YouTube. End of podcast, timestamp 114 for 5 minutes. Athena, would you mind sending me that link? Dave Snet at YouTube, Dave Snet at Gmail, Dave Snet at Gmail, and I'll go right to that link. Love to listen to some Scott McKay. How we doing, folks? Silence no longer. Exactly. I censored myself. Okay, folks, we got some beautiful stuff to talk about tonight. Such beautiful things to talk about. I just know that, and you know too. You can feel it. We know that things are happening, and we know that the bad people are about to be taken out. Jennifer Shaw just dropped a meme on her page, not a meme, but she had tried to watch one of my old videos, and it came up. I'll show you what it says, and just very frustrating what everyone's dealing with the censorship right now, and let me see. And I'm not seeing it. So let me see if I can find Jennifer. Okay. I'm doing that. There we go. You can hear me. It was I was muting myself, unfortunately. There we go. So let me show you what Jennifer just shared, and we'll talk about some great stuff here in a minute. How's everyone doing? Hey, before we start, let's do this. If you're new here, welcome. We do a little process here where we call check our coats, and we imagine all of our preconceived notions, our unconscious bias, is this big winter coat with a big parka hood, and our ego and all the things that keep us from opening ourselves up to new information, opening ourselves up to what's possible. And so you're coming into a beautiful theater. It's nice and warm. It's nice and cozy. You're with probably 1,300 beautiful, patriots here. You're safe here. Well, yeah, almost 1,500. You're safe here. Just take your coat off, check it at the coat check, get a ticket, come on in, leave all that stuff behind you, and come on in and download some new information, and let's get started. What we're experiencing right now, and I mentioned this yesterday, is this is Jennifer's post. Went back to David Snedeker's show from the other day on YouTube, and this is what it said. The following content has been identified by YouTube community as inappropriate or offensive to some audiences. Okay, and I said, well, that's me, Mr. Inappropriate, but I also said we're about to find out how inappropriate the people who censor us are. And I just want to be very, very clear about that. The people who actually censor our voices, that are trying to literally and figuratively mask us, are guilty of crimes far worse than violating our First Amendment. And that is saying a lot, because our First Amendment was the most important amendment that our founding fathers wrote down and said our freedom of speech and our right to religious freedom. Those were the two tenets of the First Amendment. Why? Because in the past, humanity had been masked, had been censored, had been persecuted for what came out of their mouth from their brain and their heart. They were also persecuted for what their lips to God's ears, whatever religion, whatever spirituality spoke to them, and they engaged in and spoke to their Creator, from our lips to God's ears. And however, the powers that be wanted to pass that through the Catholic Church, through the priests. And when you think about it now, and when you think about all these confessions to all these Catholic priests, now don't get me wrong, I went to Catholic high school, I went to Catholic college. I met some of the most beautiful human beings I've ever met are priests in the Catholic Church, are nuns in the Catholic Church, are people who work in the Catholic Church that support the clergy in the Catholic Church. that coach basketball at Catholic schools and football at Catholic schools. The infrastructure of the local Catholic community is very, very powerful. And yet, at the top, and so many throughout, have been guilty of crimes against humanity at a level that would put most people in the hospital if they knew the extent of it. That was shared to us, with us, by 17, when 17 said, if humanity knew what's really going on, it would put 99% of them in the hospital. And so when you look at the confessions, that we can't speak directly to God, we have to go through the priest. All this time we think we're connecting with God and going through penance, when in actuality many of these priests were just getting good leads on who was into what. And now the Vatican went dark last night. The Vatican went dark again tonight. I'll check it here in a little bit to see where we're at. Feel free to drop that to me. And we've seen a lot of vehicles leaving the Vatican. Now, I don't have a timestamp on that. I don't know if that was today. Don't know if that was yesterday. Okay? We don't know if that's current. If you do, please let me know at davesnad@gmail or in the chats. I might miss it, but I'll try to catch it. And so what needs to happen? The Pope and these cardinals and every person that was involved in human trafficking through the Vatican. Remember, the Vatican is its own entity. The city of London is its own country, its own entity, and Washington, D.C., it's its own entity. Okay, you have religion, finance, and military. Okay, those are about to fall. They're already beginning to fall, and we believe there's just one source that I've seen about the Pope being arrested. Okay, now I don't need to jump to those conclusions, and I wanna just kind of warn us all about jumping into those conclusions. And here's why. Everybody's chomping at the bit for this to really happen, right? Everybody's chomping at the bit. They can't wait for these arrests to start happening. Why? Because we know they're guilty. And if you think that me saying that they're guilty and I know they're guilty, there is a vast treasure trove of evidence of cover-ups, of pedophilia, rape, and just that's on the surface of what we've actually seen, has been reported, has been admitted to from clergy within the Catholic Church. Okay? This isn't just Catholic Church, but the Catholic Church is very powerful. You've got people like John of God who are creating their own cults. We have a lot of people that have researched into Mother Teresa and found a lot of her orphanages were actually trafficking children. We have a lot of information about NXIVM, the NXIVM cult, and how they get people and how they get them into this sex cult and sex trafficking. Okay, so it's not just the Catholic Church, but the Catholic Church is one of the hub of a tremendous amount of crime against humanity. And by the way, speaking of censorship, yesterday was the largest silencing of humanity in the history of our planet. Yesterday, okay, when they shut down all those Twitter accounts, okay, when they shut down all those Facebook accounts, when YouTube shut us down from live streaming for 2 weeks, when all three of my Facebook pages have now shut me down from live streaming. Okay? They have silenced us to their best of their ability. And obviously everyone's migrating, which 17 took us to, we went to 17 last night, and 17 said, great job migrating 3 years ago. The 3-year delta from yesterday was 17 telling us, great job migrating. Now, unless, 17 thinks he's talking to a bunch of birds, it doesn't really make sense unless you're talking about leaving the bird, Twitter, and giving the bird to Twitter and Facebook and YouTube, and going to greener pastures where our voices will not be censored. Because yesterday was the greatest silencing of humanity in human history. And here's how you know who we want to enter in to this new paradigm with. It's not going to be the ones who see the censorship of our president and are like, okay, yes, finally they shut him up. No. You people are fascists. You people that are given a thumbs up of censoring anybody are fascists. And if you think that you're silencing Donald Trump because he incited violence at the Capitol on Wednesday, you are being programmed to parrot exactly that. Speaking of birds, you're parroting exactly what they want you to say. I was there on Wednesday. There was nobody that was walking down Constitution or Pennsylvania towards the Capitol that was saying, I can't wait to get there so we can fuck some shit up or hurt some people. No. We were going to the Capitol grounds and we were going to make our claim that this election was fraudulent and it was stolen from all the people that were there. 75 million Americans, I believe it's closer to 85, that voted for Donald John Trump. And we were representing all of you whose vote was stolen. And we were there to represent you. We weren't there to represent you by breaking in and harming people. Folks, how many times have we had to say, if you're harming people and you're breaking things and you're doing destruction to property, you're not a part of the Trump movement. You're not a part of the 17 movement. You are not a part of where we go one, we go all. It's where we go one, we go all. Not where we go one, we break some shit up. No. That would be Antifa. That would be BLM. And folks, masking yourself as the opposition and doing damage that harms the opposition, taking action that harms the opposition, is one of the oldest tricks in the strategy handbook for engagement, for war. Okay? Especially the FFs that are brought up, that you create a situation that directs the masses in the direction you want to take them. The Hegelian dialectic I talk about all the time. John Hegel, problem, reaction, solution. Okay? But they don't create a problem until they know what solution they want, and they have the solution ready for you. Then they go and create the problem. Then they use the mass media to stir it up, throw gasoline on the flames, and get you all heated and reacting, demanding a solution. And we got one for you right here. And this Hegelian dialectic paradigm was calculatedly carried out on Wednesday with a false break-in. We saw it. They let them in. I'm going to show you video tonight. I told you I was trying to cue that up last night. I'm going to show you video tonight of when I was there and when they were trying to break in, okay? And they were repelled very successfully. And I'll show you the whole situation. And that's because they had already had the people in that they needed in, and they weren't going to let any more in. This security that I witnessed, and I was tear gassed as being in this vicinity, because I was capturing it for you all, there was nobody in the building at that time. They had already gotten everybody out, and they were repelling people away very easily with tear gas and flash bombs. I was there. I saw it. What happened earlier was they let them in for a photo op. But who did they let in? They let in Antifa dressed as Trumpers. Were there maybe some Trumpers that were angry that were there too? I don't know. But the point is that they let them in, and then they used that for a photo opportunity. All you have to do is look at the solution that they had to understand who created the problem. What's the solution? The solution is to get out of the Capitol, run out of the Capitol because we feared for our lives. If you were a senator or congressman, okay, or the vice president, all right. And so the solution was we're going to come back in and we're going to vote this. We're not going to let them stop the people from speaking with their voices and their votes. You already did that, folks. Yes, you did. But you're going to pretend like you're going to carry out the vote for Biden and that you're doing the thing that the Constitution calls you to do. You didn't. You committed treason. You're going to be hung for it, shot, or lethal injection. I'm sorry. Pence, Pelosi, all of you. If you voted to carry this election through, you are the shoplifters that have left the store and are now standing, conspiring, taking notes. Look what I got. Look what I got. Look what I got in the parking lot. And now you're going to be arrested. But when you're arrested for this, it's treason. That's a big deal. That's a big deal. And so that's part of the solution. Okay, is to get that through. And then the solution was the narrative, which was already written by NPR that morning. Okay, at 9:33, NPR released the article about the break-in, which didn't happen until later. So that was a little bit of Nostradamus, a little bit of, I don't know if NPR's got like this magic crystal ball, and I just pictured them sitting around looking at this magic crystal ball and saying, oh wow, they're gonna breach the Capitol. Okay, wow, nice job, NPR. Way to prove that you are part of the indoctrination meant to enslave our minds through mind control. Hey, welcome to NPR. Here we are talking with them. And they will lull you into a state where they can then just put a bunch of garbage into your brain and make you think that they give a shit about you. They don't. They don't. So what's the solution? We've got to get rid of Trump, because he incited this violence. No, he didn't. I was there. We had probably 40 snedheads that were there. At least. We had 2 million patriots there. At least. Nobody was incited to violence by our president. Nobody. Okay? I saw who was violent. I saw who was angry. They weren't dressed like I was. They didn't have this hat on. Okay? Because those people had already breached the Capitol by them being allowed in. And so they went from hats backwards to hats forward for the photo op. Okay? And who's really dead? God love you if you died. My heart goes out to you and your family. But show me the receipts on who died and how. Okay? Because this was and by the way, people die in these events. Okay? All you got to do is look at 9/11. One of the biggest ones we had in this country, probably the biggest if we don't get technical with other things. But this was a big one. And I say that because look at what the flag that was done with the Gulf of Tonkin and how that led to the deaths of tens of thousands of American soldiers and millions of Southeast Asians, and look at the FF of Iraq and how that led to the Patriot Act and the letting go of so many of our freedoms and the 500,000 dead Iraqi children, and it's just, so that's what I mean by that. But the FF on 9/11, what we need to understand is that when it helps if they have casualties, because it adds heightened awareness to the situation and the need for the solution that they have ready to go. They had the Patriot Act ready to go after 9/11, folks. Why? Because they planned 9/11. Look what they had ready. Barack Obama had a beautifully written, 3-paragraph, 4-paragraph comment. That jackass, like, we want to read what he has to say, okay? I just want to read his letters from Gitmo. That's it. That's the only thing I'll ever read of Barack Obama, okay? And he wrote this about how he incited violence. And look at the mainstream media jumping on it, folks. I was coming back through the airport, and I watched CNN. I saw the newspapers. I saw the mass media. I saw the indoctrination. I had my glasses on. The what is it? They Live, the glasses. And I put them on, and I'm like, I'm seeing right through it. I see Jake Tapper talking about how what a problem our president is. On cue, pun intended, because 17 has already exposed all of the indoctrination for us. 17 has exposed every single network, all the people who have colluded. WikiLeaks has exposed all the people that colluded with the Hillary Clinton campaign. Okay? Podesta emails have exposed these people. The other, all the Clinton emails have exposed. Folks, these people have been exposed, but Trump could not go after them until he took care of business, until he drained the parts of the swamp that would continue to allow the illegal behavior. And now, as our president travels to where it's safe, maybe Texas, maybe Cheyenne Mountain, we may think he's over in Europe somewhere, okay? But as he travels to somewhere very, very safe, now the military takes over. And 17 told us military is the only way. Military is the only way. See, you either buy in to what this military intelligence operation has shared with us, or you don't. There is no waffling. There is no in between. And if you don't buy into this, all I'd ask you to do is pull your head out of your ass and start reading the deltas from 3 years ago, 2 years ago, to realize that 17 was speaking of this moment in time 3 years ago. How does that happen? Well, guess what? We don't know for sure, but there is so much evidence to show us that 17 and POTUS have somehow looked into the future, whether it be Yellow Cube, whether it be Project Looking Glass, whether it be the fact that John Trump, Donald Trump's uncle, was called in by the FBI, Department of what was it called? Alien Property, called in John Trump because he was an MIT scientist, and they said, see if you can figure out what this guy's got. Tesla was already talking. He already said he mastered time travel. Tesla doesn't brag. This isn't a guy that has to talk about stuff to impress the ladies, folks. This guy was the smartest cat on the planet ever. Ever. People are like, oh, Einstein. No, Einstein was a joke compared to Tesla, and Tesla even made jokes about Einstein and his theory of relativity. Okay? Tesla was the real deal and would make fun of Einstein at dinner parties, not in front of him, but when people would talk, bring it up. And Einstein was smart enough to know this when somebody asked him, how does it feel to be the smartest guy on the planet? And he said, you'll have to ask Nikola Tesla. That was the smartest thing Einstein ever said. But if you study these cats, you know Tesla was head and shoulders above everybody. Everybody. And he was talking about time travel back in the early 1900s. And when John Trump came in, what did he find? Maybe he had the missing key to the rest of it. But the fact of the matter is there's way too much that has been explained to us to let us know that 17 has somehow looked into the future, and through AI, through whatever you want to call it, because what they're telling us today was told to us 3 years ago to this day, was told to us 6 months ago, was told to us 5 months ago. Multiple examples. Okay? So here we are. Here we are on this fabulous Sunday, this moment in time that we will never forget. Why? Because we've been lied to. And when you wake up to that fact with one topic, and you realize how badly we've been lied to, you want to find out, what else have we been lied to? What else have we been lied to? What else have we been lied to? And I started this journey 14 years ago, and I don't have enough fingers and toes to count how many times we've been lied to about so many things. And so now, here we are at the precipice of moving forward in our timeline into a paradigm of love, accountability, compassion. But we cannot do that. We cannot take that step forward because we are living in a world controlled by those with zero compassion. So much so that their satanic cult actually has a sacrificial god by the name of Moloch, which is represented by an owl, represented by a bull, that they literally sacrifice children to, humans to, and get away with it. Why? Because they run the show. They run everything. What happened at the Capitol? Well, this is what's important to understand. Okay? This is so important that we get this, folks. This is so important that we really get a handle on what's going on here, because the only way to fight evil is to understand that it exists. The greatest trick the devil ever played was convincing us he didn't exist. That was a quote by Kaiser Sose, played by Kevin Spacey, who at the time he portrayed that character was raping and killing children. So much so that he wasn't invited back to the actual island where they do it, Epstein Island, because he was over the top. Think about that. The actual man who said that quote and fooled all the people, all the police officers into thinking he was just some gimp, just some guy, an ordinary guy, that he got pulled into all this. All the while, he was the mastermind. This is Moloch. This is the owl at the Bohemian Grove that they sacrifice children to, that they sacrifice humans to. The owl is the symbolism for Moloch. And what they do is, because they kill these people, kill these children in front of this deity that they consider a deity, they are now, it's called the cremation of care. They have had their care cremated by, if not the actions that were done to them as children, that they had to do to children and others when they were older. That is the cremation of care. Why did they go through the cremation of care? So that they can rule us with an iron fist. So they can step on our necks and not feel remorse about it. So when I was at the rally listening to our president with 2 million people, beautiful human beings, I met so many incredible people, patriots, and then we peacefully marched. No buildings were harmed, no cars were burned, nobody was fighting. We marched down to the Capitol. Why did the president want us all going down to the Capitol? Why were we led in prayer before this whole thing? And when I got to the Capitol and saw the number of Christian groups, Muslim groups, religious groups that were there on the lawn with their children, with their mothers, with their grandparents, on the lawn of the Capitol, on the stairs of the Capitol, peacefully protesting, there was a realization that came over me of how important it was for the cabal to make sure that they had to head this off with this FF, and also with the possible sacrifice of human beings. Why? Because, folks, this is where our Capitol building is. It is in the heart of Moloch. This was created in the shape of the owl. Why would you go to this level of detail with the grounds surrounding our Capitol building, where our senators and congressmen vote to send our young men and women to war to kill others? Every war casualty was created at the heart of Moloch. The the legislation that allows our tax money to abort children from first, second to third trimester was done at the heart of Moloch. We were coming. There was prayer groups there. There were people praying. There were people singing. There were people chanting. There were people in love with our country that were there. And they had to take action. And they had already planned that, which is why they had everything ready. So once that happened, boom, ABC, NBC, CBS, Wall Street Journal, New York Times, NPR was already ahead of the game, kind of like BBC was with the Building 7 collapse on 9/11 when they reported it 25 minutes before Building 7 even collapsed. They jumped the gun on that one, folks. Okay? This is how they're doing what they're doing. They are broadcasting spells upon us through the indoctrination, through every level of the indoctrination. And this was one more example. And that's why we need an overhaul. Okay? Not one more law should be created in the heart of Moloch. Not one. And we also need to get rid of the following. How we doing, folks? I'm fired up. We're going to get into some serious stuff right now, folks, but I got to show you a few things here, okay? And this is what I want to show you now, okay? And this is also why we need the president out of Washington, D.C. By the way, Washington, D.C., again, was created in 1871 as a corporation, as an entity that is not a part of the United States, is not a part of Maryland, not a part of Virginia. And that's why there are no senators or congressmen from Washington, D.C., because it's not a part of the United States of America according to our original Constitution. It is a part of the United States of America Corporation. And we need to get our president out of here because there is a pentagram that points right to the Oval Office, right to the heart of the White House. And if you cross the street here, Pennsylvania Avenue, and you go through Lafayette Square, and you go to 16th Street, you'll see, let me pull that up for you. This is so important we get this whole picture, folks, because this is everything. This is everything that we are up against. This is what's going on here at the heart of, okay, you see this? This is Black Lives Matter, which is on 16th right there. Here is the front of the White House over here. This is Lafayette Park. Black Lives Matter, Baal, Lucifer, Moloch. Right down the heart of the pentagram, pointing right at the White House. Okay? This, in any city, is a ridiculous layout of streets. Okay? Ridiculous. Who put streets like this? It's absurd to have these streets coming through this like this. And there's one area, this left, that isn't actually a street. almost as if to not give it away, but too late for that. Okay? What is happening right now is this satanic cabal is being destroyed. And we are a part of it. Because when we share this out, when we share this kind of information with others, they are able to awaken to the reality of our enslavement. The greatest trick the devil ever played was making us think he didn't exist. The greatest trick a slave owner ever played was to make his slaves not know they were slaves. We have been enslaved financially, through debt slavery. We have been enslaved through overregulation. We have been enslaved through overtaxation. Let me explain that one for you. The first 4 to 5 months, depending on your tax bracket, that you are working in the United States, you are working for a private banker of the Federal Reserve. All of your income tax goes to paying off the debt that was created by these private bankers, creating money out of thin air and then charging interest to you and me for the lending of that money through the banking system in the United States. And all that money goes back into their pockets. And when we talk about Nasara, when we talk about Jasara, we're not talking about giving away money, and we're not talking about socialism. We're talking about taking back the money that the private bankers have been taking from humanity for a very long time. In the United States, since 1913, with the passing of the Federal Reserve Act, we are taking that money back. Okay? That's what Nasara Jasara is about. Because all that money's sitting out there, and it's not theirs, it's yours and mine. It's our ancestors, it's our fathers, our mothers, that worked their tail off, and every time they got up in the morning, from January 1 to April, May, or June, they were going to work for private bankers that had enslaved them in 1913, and they didn't even realize they were slaves. That's all changing right now. What we're seeing, the details, I don't really need the details. This is a 40,000-foot view of the whole picture, and it's being disassembled as we speak, and we're about to go dark. We're about to go dark because our military is about to drain the swamp like it's never been drained before and give us back our planet, which has been taken from us from a bloodline that has controlled this planet since the beginning of humanity. And we're taking it back. And how are we doing that? Through information. We have been given more information. Think about this for a second. Through the 17 drops, okay? Through the 17 drops, we have been given more information than any generation, any time that humanity has ever been on this planet. We have been given more information than anybody else prior to us. I'm honored to be a part of that. I'm honored to be thought of by the Q team, by POTUS, that is giving us this information. And the reason why they're giving us this information, and I've said this many times, I used to play basketball. When we called a timeout at the end of the game, we came into a huddle. And the people that were in the huddle were the coaches, the managers who were getting us water, getting us towels, the trainer that was maybe helping somebody with an injury or rubbing out a sore muscle, and the players. That's it. We had fans in the stands that wanted us to win more than anything. They weren't in the huddle. We had a scorekeeper. We had our voice. We had Eric Reed, who's now the voice of the Miami Heat. Okay, we had John Rook and Joey Hassett on radio. That went to PC. What Joey Hassett went to PC, went to the Final Four, was a great player for PC. We had those guys. They wanted us to win. They weren't in the huddle. The only people that were in the huddle that were given the information on how to win this game, coaches, managers, trainers, players, the people that needed to know only. Because we couldn't have somebody from the other team in the huddle or somebody that was going to try to take that information of what our play was going to be. So why did 17 include you and me in this huddle? Why? Doesn't make any sense unless 17 needed us to know to make this successful. How can we help make this successful? Our awareness of what's happening. Our compassion for others that aren't aware of what's happening. Our drive to find out more and more about what's happening so that we can navigate for our families, for ourselves, for our friends, so that we can navigate our pathway through this storm. And most importantly, I think, is to pray for our president and the Q team and the military and the police and everybody that's a part of boots on the ground, our military that took an oath to defend the Constitution, to defend this country. And many were used. The people that were taken out took advantage of our military by sending them to other countries to fight for things that we shouldn't have been fighting for. And they were tricked into going to war. And we have 30 million veterans, most of which, I believe, have awakened to the true nature of the people that wrote the laws at the heart of Moloch and sent them off to war to kill others. And now their mentality, the PTSD that they have to deal with, because a human being's not meant to see those kind of things, but those whose compassion was pulled out of their souls through these sacrificial, satanic, symbolic ceremonies. The cremation of care sent our children off to war, to kill, to fight. For what? Certainly, there were some things when Germany was taken over, when Japan was taken over, and we went to war. Those wars, yes. But the wars in Iraq and the wars in Syria and the wars in Yemen and the things that we're doing aren't defending our flag, aren't defending our nation. But what the military is about to do right now and already beginning to do is to truly defend our country from foreign invasion that's already here. That's what this is about. See, the foreign invasion was not an invasion at all. It was an insurrection from within. And now our military is going to take care of all those people. And who goes first? I don't really care, because they're all going down. And this world, we are going to step forward from this precipice into a new paradigm, into a fifth dimension, without them. Because we're going to step into a world where compassion is rewarded, where love is rewarded. And we're going to be able to be in that place because the people who would choose to prey upon those who have the compassion and the love for others are going to be gone. That's what's so beautiful about this. So why has 17 included us? Because they need us. They need us to raise the vibration, to pray for our president, pray for the safety, come together and elevate that vibration, that frequency, so we can go into this new world. That's what's happening. We can't do it with fear. We can't do it with masks on. So when fear comes up, again, courage isn't the vacancy of fear. Courage is what we do when faced with fear. And so brush it away. Go right through it. Go around it, over it, and put it behind you. The fear weakens us, and we will not be weakened. We are in love. We are passionate. We are compassionate. We are beautiful beings in this universe. And we have been indoctrinated and suppressed because of how powerful we are. And we are finding our power. We are finding the strength in numbers, the strength in unity, and we are moving forward. Folks, I have no idea, honestly, what I'm going to say when I turn that mic on. And I don't even know what I'm going to say when I don't turn the mic on, which I did earlier. It's just, I didn't know I was going to pull up this stuff, okay? That's why I like live, because this isn't scripted. I didn't sit down today. I didn't spend the whole day writing stuff out. I didn't even think about the show until about 5 minutes beforehand, because I've been so busy, other than gathering information so that I could be up to snuff with, for you. But this is, yeah, it was completed. Nadine, this was completed Wednesday. Read 1 through 6 was completed Wednesday. The only thing that wasn't happening was the communications down, but they cut off our communications at the Capitol. I couldn't get through to anybody at the Capitol. But now we believe it's going to happen nationwide. Folks, love you. I love you. Canada loves you. I love you, Lynn. Thank you. Good to be here with you all, guys. I love you. This is fantastic. Thank you, Rainbow Eagle. Dave, never have I seen you lost for words. Improv is perfect. Thank you. Sun Kiss Miss. Dave has been on these last few days. Love you, Dave. You're amazing. Thank you, Rebecca. Let me read that again. Hold on. I love you, Dave. You are amazing. You are amazing. Okay, let me just read that a few more times. I'm kidding. Yeah, Chase, we'll look at the Delta for tomorrow. Thank you, buddy. Great stuff last night you were dropping. You guys were dropping some great stuff. You're welcome, Amy. Thank you. From Fort Worth, Tempe Mays. Yes, awesome. Yeah, so TD, you guys, 4904 is today, the date, 10/21. Today is 1/10/21. Beautiful. 10/21. We'll go to 4904. McCain, so proud of you, Dave. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, love you, Snatheads. You guys are awesome. Beth, love you. I love you, North Dakota, baby. Love you guys. All right, so listen. Let's jump into some stuff, shall we? Let's find out what's going on, huh? Listen, Todd, Cindy, you wanna jump on here, and we'll fly with some stuff here. Let me see. Let me see. Here we go. Let me see. Okay. Okay. Awesome. Awesome. I hear Scott McKay at the tipping point mention me today, guys. If you want to send a link to that, that would be awesome. And I also reached out to Scott. Hopefully, we'll get connected here. I invited him on the broadcast. I'd love to talk to Scott. He's a true patriot, doing some great work out there. The tipping point, and I had just mentioned him last night, and I guess he mentioned me today on his show. So we're looking to share our audience with each other because they're such great audiences. Jay, yes, folks, we are going to do the TAV decode. Todd started us off on that last night, and we went down one decode, and that took us like an hour. Okay, so hey, listen, I'm not going anywhere tonight. I got a few snacks with me. I got some drinks with me. I'm hanging with you, folks. So we're gonna take this in. We were on for 6 hours last night. Yeah, we're gonna talk about the Insurrection Act, folks. A lot of stuff going on. A lot of stuff going on. This is really powerful. Yes, Monkey Works. We're gonna talk about Monkey Works. And let me see. Who's in D Live? Okay, I got it. Beekeeper, thank you. Let's see. Let me see. Da da da. Hey guys, if this isn't your jam, I really, please just move on. You'll find something that is. Mark, Dave Legend, thank you, brother. I appreciate you always. I got some news too. I got to share with you guys. So listen. So let's be. Here's the thing. All I ask from you all is open your mind, open your heart, and be kind. That's all I ask. You can say what you want, okay? And you need a tattoo on your butt saying "I love you, Dave." Come on. What is that? Okay. I don't want to see any butt tattoos with my name, okay? All right. Let's I know I can be an asshole sometimes, but come on. So, yeah, if this isn't your jam, guys, just please move on because we got some great stuff happening. And let me see. I don't even know. Let's see. Just be cool. This isn't about you. This isn't about you if you're causing trouble. Please, just be gone. So we got some people on D Live. We got some people on Twitch. We got some people on YouTube because we've been completely shut down on Facebook for live streaming. Please get out the get this out right now, please. Spread this out. Tell them to get through the part where the dumb host didn't turn on his microphone. Okay, please tell them to just slide through that part. Oh, by the way, Amber just sent me a link to Michael Tellinger that Trump has control over the Federal Reserve. Remember when I was talking about the Federal Reserve and our slavery? The Federal Reserve is now public. It's actually under the Treasury now. And so we've gotten back our Federal Reserve from the private bankers, okay? That was the most significant thing a president has ever done since Woodrow Wilson allowed the foxes into the hen house, okay? And that's what got him murdered. John F. Kennedy was getting us off the Federal Reserve and creating his own money through the Treasury and through the Mint, which are both owned by us. And that's one of the main reasons they assassinated John Fitzgerald Kennedy, folks. And President Trump has accomplished this. President Trump has accomplished this. Amber, thank you for sending that to me. This happened in May. Trump took control of the Federal Reserve back in May. But thank you for reminding me that, because I was talking about that. Stefania, thank you for your donation. Folks, thank you for your donations. It means a lot. And there's our lovely Cindy and Todd there. Let me just pull them up here and get my headset on. Whew. Hello, hello.
Hello. How are you?
How are you,
Hello,
love?
Snedheads.
How you doing?
I'm doing excellent. Been receiving some comms from different Sneds.
Okay, I can't wait to dig into those. Did you think I was going to do the whole show without my mic on, or were you trusting that that I was going to be able to get it on?
I was trusting you were going to be able to get it on.
Well, thank God for Julie Harris calling in, folks. Wash up with some Julie Harris soap. Hey, buddy, how you doing?
I'm doing. I'm not gonna lie. I'm tired.
Yeah, we're both tired.
I feel you, man.
So we have a Snedhead that I want to relay some information to you.
Okay. I gotta start with something here.
Okay.
I gotta bring us down for just a moment.
No.
I'm going back to bed.
See ya.
Yeah, it's
Good night.
necessary. Our dear Eric Swanson, who is producer of this broadcast, a dear friend to so many Snedheads, lost his father Friday night.
Oh no.
Oh man.
So sorry.
Yeah, and has been dealing with a lot of stuff around that, and but he, so I just wanted to share that with you all, and you know how much he loves you, and you know how great he is, and he's responsible for the music at the beginning of the show. He's responsible for the drive-in shots, the theater shots, and getting me up and running so that I can, if I don't have sound, it's because of operator error. He's just a sweetheart of a man, and his father loved watching us. He loved watching us with his father. And his only regret is that his dad didn't get to see Trump coming back into office, because his dad was concerned about that. And I just told him, I said, he's going to see it. He's just going to have a better seat to view it, and he's gonna see it. So at any rate, Eric, we love you. We're going to pray for you tonight. We've been praying for you. A lot of the Snedheads have been out there praying for you, and for you and your father, and just wish you well, my friend. And I'm sorry that you've been dealing with all this stuff.
Absolutely. Our deepest sympathy from Todd and I. Definitely. We're here for you, and we're so very sorry.
My heartfelt condolences, E. I know exactly how you feel. I've been there, unfortunately, through both of my parents, and every day, you just take the memory of them with you. That's how they live on, and I truly believe that we will meet again.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. All right. So, how am I doing so far without you? Huh? Because I think I'm dragging a little bit. I need some help here. I can't hold this thing down alone. I'm a mess over here. What's going on?
I'll confirm that.
All right. I'm glad. I need my crutches. I need my Todd crutch and my Cindy crutch, so I can walk through the show.
I thought you were talking about Eric, not me. Hell.
Oh yeah, I mean he's more like my walker.
Yeah, he's like the wheelchair.
Yeah, more like a rocket ship that I tie myself to. The dude's amazing. Hey, a lot of stuff dropping today. A lot of information. I think there's going to be a lot of disinformation out there. I loved your post about that today, and just to be careful, especially with all the people going over to the new locations like Parlor and Gab, and being careful of who you're following. You want to
Absolutely.
speak to that anymore before, and then Cindy, I want to go back to you about the what you wanted to share with me,
Yeah, I
please.
think the biggest point that I had, Dave, was at the time of migration is when we're the most vulnerable, as we're being chased from platform to platform.
Yeah,
There's an excellent opportunity for the other side to insert shills wherever they want, and they've done it multiple times. And they start
yeah,
off sharing information just like the old Patriot that would have been on the other platform that we were loyal to. But at this point, you know, I I look at all the information, but I surely don't knee jerk react to anything because it's
yeah.
just there's no way unless there's no blue check marks anymore that I trust.
Right.
And
Well, we didn't trust the last ones either, did we?
I know if you can't trust the first blue check mark, it's hard. Now
Yeah.
uh, it's it as far along in this as we are. The only thing that we really have to do is know it's going to happen and stick together because we don't want to argue whether someone was shot in a false flag or whether she's dead or alive. We don't want to splinter the group over that.
Right.
We don't want to splinter the group over whether Barr's good or bad or Pence is good or bad.
Right.
All of these little details don't mean anything in the large puzzle that we've almost got put together.
Yeah.
Don't
Exactly.
start taking apart parts of the puzzle that we already had in place,
Right.
to try the pieces in another spot in the puzzle. It just makes it more difficult.
Yeah.
So, at this point, even through the Q drops, you can see that they're telling us hold the line, stick together, unite, be loud. So do that on your own platform. We can still, we know what's fact at this point. And we
Yes.
keep pushing those facts because I don't even know if L. Lynn Wood is on Parlor is real.
Right.
It sounds like him, but how do you know?
Well, you had mentioned that early on, which was good because we were careful of it, and it's because you would think that he would stop and say that's not me, right? But what if it's serving them? What if it's serving the white hats to do so, right? And in that regard, then they let it go because they can't come after him because it's not him, right?
Yeah,
Um,
and I still believe that there's more white hat control involved here over this whole major project than people are ever going to know at this point.
yeah, absolutely, folks.
Because there's way too many loose ends out there. If in fact the deep state is in control of some of these levers of power, there
Mm,
wouldn't be any real way that the white hats would be telling everybody that the patriots are in control.
right.
Because there would be a lot of X factors. Well, there's not many X factors when 17 is calling what's happening. He's calling the ball.
Yeah, yeah,
He called the ball in 2017 for what's happening right now.
exactly. And we're going
So
to go to those timestamps. And by the way, want to know 17 just mentioned they joined anonup.com, and I just showed this online. So if you guys want to check that out and see if that's something you want to get involved with. So continue, bud. So 3 years, yes, 17 was telling us 3 years ago what
yeah,
was happening
it's
today.
yeah. Gosh, I don't have that drop in front of me, but the one that was being shared that I believe you're referencing, uh, it went around today. It was in a box and it was talking about moving platforms being
The
forced.
migration.
Migration, yes, the
Yeah,
migration.
yes. So
It's just, I mean, come on. He knew that they all
yeah,
knew this was going to happen.
yeah.
It's
We handled we actually pulled up migration last night,
yeah,
and we were like, "Holy cow!"
Yeah.
And as a matter of fact, let me see if I can find it. And it was basically, well, it was a 3-year delta from yesterday, I believe. So
Yeah.
let me just pull up the 3-year delta from yesterday. And January '09, was it 3-year or 2-year? Let's find out. It was a I'm sorry, uh, 3-year delta, right? Because now, 2018 is a 3-year delta, right? Because it's now we're into January.
Right.
And here's what it was, folks. The 3-year delta from yesterday, January 9th, 2018, good job migrating. Q Research confirmed. Removed post to keep it less public. Big week. This was needed. Be ready. And the migrating was what I talked about yesterday, was how we had the greatest, greatest isn't the word, the largest censorship in the history of our planet happened Friday and Saturday.
Oh yeah.
Is there any way to answer other sneds on here? Martha's asking. Or you mean if I read your thing and answer? Yeah. So there's the migration, right? There's the
Yep.
migration. Yeah. Bleezer says the Vatican is dark again tonight. Yeah. Um, did Carrie, did when Scott McKay mentioned me with when he mentioned David Snedeker and X-22, was he thinking I was Dave from X-22? Was that the mistake? Maybe, I don't know what was going on. I haven't heard that, but
Oh yeah.
supposedly he mentioned the show. Yeah.
Oh, Dave, it looks like Nate said that Pompeo is locked from tweeting now.
Well, boy. Okay. Interesting. Thanks,
Wow.
Nate. Clinton said, "Did we see the picture of De Blasio's wife dancing on New Year's Eve with the pedo symbols on her mask?" Yes, we showed that and went over that. Um, Let me see. Let me pull up Pompeo, Secretary Pompeo, and here we are. His last tweet was 2 hours ago. U.S. government account: treaties like alliances can outlast their sell-by date. Always have to keep evaluating their usefulness. We must keep America first in our hearts. We must keep freedom alive in our souls. President Donald John Trump. The U.S. has also declassified information on Iran's use of chemical weapons. 3 hours. So he's still doing every half hour, folks, because he's got basically 2 per hour. Okay. And his last one was 2 hours ago. So the question is, when did he stop yesterday? Let's find that out. Because he doesn't do it throughout the night. So the half hour delta is supposed to go down to 15-minute, 5, and then 1, I think. That's what we've heard, right? But let's look at yesterday and see when the last time he tweeted yesterday was.
But yeah, isn't that strange that they would put the comms out like and then tell you about them?
Yeah, it doesn't really make sense, Todd, right? Because then it's just like a countdown. But here's the thing I'm thinking about with that. And that is that's not true, but that's disinformation. And
Right.
that it's like, hey, we're going to go arrest, Hillary on Tuesday. Guess what? You're going to show up on Sunday night because she's preparing for Tuesday.
If
So
she's still around.
yeah. That's just that's a bad example because she's been gone for a while. But So yesterday, January 9th, his last tweet of the day was 5:14 p.m., so 7:14 p.m. Eastern Standard Time yesterday, okay? And then, so tonight's was the same, very similar. Hold on, why did this, what happened here? Come on now. Come on. All right, here we go. And so the last tweet today, Pompeo is important, folks, because he and Scavino are the only ones left, really, out of the key ones. So 2 hours ago, Todd, would have been 6 o'clock. So yesterday, my time, 5:14, he stopped. Today, he stopped at 6 o'clock. So Nate, I don't think he. Wait a minute. Jan says Dave, Pompeo was down to 30 minutes several times, and then they were removed. Okay, I haven't heard this. So did he have tweets here that were actually removed? Because it looks like he stopped tweeting today at 5:14 or 8:14 his time, and yesterday at 6 o'clock, 9 o'clock his time. Okay?
Well, and they were out of order, like way out of order.
Which,
I was checking.
you're out of order, Todd.
You're out of order. You
the
can't
whole
handle the
courtroom
truth.
is out of order.
You can't handle the truth.
No, wrong movie, dude.
I'm changing it to whatever. It's my world.
you just that was oh my God, folks, I'm going to date myself. This was Pacino as a young man when he played a public defender, not a public defender, but a lawyer, in and Justice for All. Justice for All. And he basically sold his client down the river and told everybody, the jury and the judge, that he did it. So, and Justice for All. So at any rate, they were out of order. So Pompeo's was, after he posted them, they were put out of order, or he was doing them out of order?
They were out of chronological order, so they were, the top of his Twitter page was like 2 hours ago, then it went 1 hour ago, the next one down, and then it would go 4 hours ago, and then it was 1 hour ago, and then it was like 30 seconds ago when I saw it. I was like, how come these are out of order?
So Chase said SOS posts out of sync yesterday, 301 times 2, the second one at 301 being the 17th of the day. 410 was out of sync as well. 512, only other out of 24 that didn't fall on the hour or half hour. Interesting. You know who we haven't checked in with? Well, first of all, Cindy, before we go too deep into it, Cindy had something for me.
Oh, yeah, we probably want to hit on that. It's good.
Yeah. Cindy, I kind of rolled over you with, Eric's bit, and then we got into something. So
you're out of order, Dave.
I'm out of order. This whole courtroom is out of order. So what you got for me?
Well, one of our SNED heads, her name is Laura Reed King. Thank you, Laura. Outside of Memphis, her nephew was at church tonight, and there was a conference call at the church with a friend of the pastor, and it was a Secret Service person. And they said yes to get ready. They told everyone there that it was all true and to prepare. So she was just passing that along. She trusts her nephew's judgment, and she just wanted me to share that with you.
Awesome.
So this is real.
Did where was he calling from?
Her nephew is outside of Memphis, Tennessee.
Right, but where was the Secret Service agent calling from?
I don't have that information, Dave. That's unconfirmed.
Okay. Can you ask her if they know? In other words,
She's
is this guy...
listening live.
What's that?
She's listening live.
Okay. Do you know where they called in from? That would be interesting. Collect call from Colorado. That That might give us some information. Will you
Call
accept?
Dave now.
Will you accept
Not
a
sure that they're going to give
call?
up that information.
Will you accept a collect call from Abilene, Texas?
I don't think they're
Yes.
going to give
Okay.
in that information.
Q on
Probably
line
not.
4.
Probably probably not.
Holding for
Probably not.
Q.
But you got to ask, right? You never know.
Yeah, I
It
don't think
could
they're
it
going to
could
give
be
that
it
up.
could be like, oh, I'm in Abilene with the president. Dope. You got to
Yeah,
ask.
Homer
Homer.
Simpson.
Yeah. Um. So. So the. So all right. Great information. Any confirmation, right, of what we're actually doing and talking about is great. Like, for example, Richard shared with me Simon Parks. And basically, Simon Parks is saying the same thing we've been saying for quite a while. And when I hear Simon Parks talk about it, say the same things we are, awesome, right? I know we're above the target because I respect Simon Parks. When I hear Scott McKay talk about stuff, when I hear, and we know um, uh, LT talk about the stuff we cover, I know we're above the target because I have a great respect for these people.
As well
And
as Robert David Steele, too.
yes, exactly. Robert David Steele. We're over the target, and the fact that we're getting shut down tells us too. Um,
Right.
Oh, Simon
yeah.
Parks lost all of my respect last night.
Why? What
What?
happened?
He said that he was one of them that said we were going to hear from POTUS last night, so his credibility's shot.
Oh,
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he did.
No, he
really?
Yeah,
didn't.
he did. Yeah. No, I'm kidding. He did,
Okay.
but he did. That was I mean, come on.
Yeah.
He
So,
probably thought that there was, it was happening, so he posted it. But yeah,
yeah,
um, he's a great guy, and I trust him.
yeah, he's legit. So, yeah, it was a collect call. The whole it was a conference call. The whole collect thing was a joke. Like, will you accept a collect call from? So
Yeah.
that was the joke part. So this is AMC Frisco 1. Dave, my brother told me today that the Groton Act Navy base, I'm sorry, Groton, Connecticut Navy base told all personnel that they need to not wear their uniforms when they are not on base. His son Lilac is on the base, AMC. Thank you for that. That's good information because why? Because there are going to be desperate acts by the left to try to harm us and certainly harm the military if they're not ready for it, right? And let me ask you this, guys. Excuse me. Do you think your brother would have been told that if the enemy wasn't among us? See, that's the problem with what we're dealing with right now. The enemy is among us, not just among us, but at the top of government, at the top of finance, at the top of big tech, at the top of big agriculture, big pharma. The enemy is among us. I have seen the enemy, and the enemy is me. And what that means is that we all have this line of possible evil going down through us, and we can choose to act upon it, or we can choose to act differently. And so that's why we have to be engaged in this process. Chase says 1-9, last post by Pompeo was 7:30 p.m. 7:30 wind clock, 17:30, 27:30, 37:30, 47:30 brings you to Mickey clock. What number do you get? 1082. 1082. We've done a lot of dives on that Mickey clock. I love that you went there. But what my confusion is that I just went to Pompeo's Twitter from yesterday, and it looked like the last last Pompeo tweet was actually, hold on, what happened? Was actually at 6 o'clock yesterday, not 7:30. Now, 10:82, okay, is that, 10:82, what is that telling us? Is it, we are on the 10th, right now. It's past 8 on the East Coast, right? It could be, yeah. So what is that telling you, Chase? What do you think about that? So going to Pompeo's tweets from yesterday, it does look like the last one from yesterday, and I'll double check. The last one from Pompeo yesterday was his speech on the multilateral, and it was you're right, at 7:30. How did that happen? It was 7:30.
Out of order.
Out of order. All right. Good catch, Chase. Yeah. So, okay, Snedheads. For those of you who want to dig into Pompeo, okay, please. All right, D, thank you. I'll click over to that. Please dig into his tweets. See if you can find the deltas between the rearrangement of the tweets, and see if that says anything to us. Todd, do you have anything to add for those marching orders?
No, I think that would be a good start. Getting them back arranged and then delta between.
Yeah.
Um,
Or you're saying back arranged. I'm saying if they've been rearranged to now, to where they're at now, because the delta that we had was a half an hour delta, right? So we know that.
right.
So
Oh,
what I'm saying
leave
is
them like they are, and
leave
then
them
do
like
the
they are,
deltas. Okay.
and then find the timestamp deltas, and let's say it's 3 hours 20 minutes, and we'll go to and then go to 17 drop 320, for example. Okay. Okay.
Yep.
Something else, Dave.
Yeah.
If you were talking about the enemy among us,
Yes.
it runs awfully deep, even onto the golf course. Did you see the announcement that was made today? Or this evening they voted?
Oh, the
The
PGA.
PGA.
Yeah. Well,
They voted
so
against the exercising of having the PGA Championship on, but the Trump Bedminster is not
at
going to be there
Bedminster in New Jersey, Trump
uh,
Bedminster. So
for the 2022.
this is the indoctrination, right? This is just another. I've talked about the indoctrination. I've talked about athletics, folks. I haven't watched NFL. I haven't watched NBA. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to support an organization that, for one, won't stand for our national anthem. Okay, if you want to protest, I get that. I'm for that. Protest. But first of all, the national anthem thing, they're not even supposed to be playing a national anthem with the players on the field. I've talked about that extensively. That was something that was done by the NFL, where they paid. I'm sorry, that the Armed Services Recruiting Office paid the NFL to be able to have that ceremony before the games, with the flags, with the guns, with the maybe a jet flying over, the whole thing, but that they requested that the players be out on the field so that little Tommy is watching his favorite NFL quarterback, holding his hand over his heart and looking at the flag being held by the uniformed military. And little Tommy might not have the skills to become a hero of a professional quarterback, but he certainly could become the hero that the quarterback is saluting by getting into the military. Folks, the pregame national anthem is something that I love. I actually stood on foreign ground in Germany, and I stood and I heard our national anthem at a mini Olympics. It was I represented the USA team in the Albert Schweitzer games in basketball, and I cried when I heard our national anthem and I saw our flag waving. And I was on a military base in Germany, and there were 11 communist countries in that gym that were represented by teams. 11 communist countries in 1983, and I was in tears during that ceremony. So I'm a big fan of having a national anthem before these games, but it should not be used as a recruiting tool, which is what they're doing. And so the players shouldn't even be out on the field because they're using it to recruit and they're using it to politicize. So I haven't watched NFL. I also won't watch the NBA and the NFL because they're putting rapists on the back of their jerseys for social justice warring. And I won't watch the NBA, who is placating the Chinese Communist Party. Because in China, the NBA makes about $90 million, and that's probably going to go up exponentially from here. So when you got LeBron, grandstanding for the CCP, I'm done. Dude doesn't even know how many people are being persecuted, murdered, organ harvested in the Uyghur concentration camps, in the Falun Gong concentration camps, what they've done to Taiwan, what they've done to the Tibetan monks, the most peaceful people on the planet, what they've done to humanity with the last great genocide of humanity of 45 million people from 1958 to 1962 under Mao Zedong, the same Chinese Communist Party that tried to expand their network worldwide at the time, which was called the Great Leap Forward. They are now trying to do the same thing by calling it One Belt, One Road initiative, meaning they're manufacturing, they're going to distribute all their products throughout the planet, and they're going to have control over the whole thing. That's why they've put all of this infiltration into our country. That's why they've infiltrated Fang Fang, this little honeypot whore who is sleeping with the mayors of the top 5 ports in California and pictured with all of them. That's why they've infiltrated our vice presidency of Joe Biden. That's why they've infiltrated our Congress and our local and bought Dominion. Folks, they are so deep into our country with the land they've bought, with everything they've done, and you're going to have the NBA placate them? I'm sorry, you lost me. And then of course the Bubba Wallace. Are you kidding me? Really? Bubba Wallace? The guy, nobody knew who Bubba Wallace was until then, outside of NASCAR. And everybody in NASCAR knew him as a loser. And I'm not saying the guy's a loser. I'm saying that he's not a great driver. He's not a consistently winning driver. I don't know enough about NASCAR, but I do know that anybody that uses a situation like that and grandstands over something so ridiculous, then you should be out of the sport. And look how many people NASCAR lost. And now the PGA is going to commit suicide as well by throwing Trump under a bus that the social justice warriors are doing, throwing him under the bus. Yeah, sports is done for me, folks. I'm done. I'm so over it, it's unbelievable. And I don't miss it. I don't miss a second of it. I got to be on. And I used to play basketball. I coach basketball. Um, Thank you, Kathy. I'll check that out. So thank you, Cindy. That I saw that. I was like, unbelievable, unbelievable. So I had a few things to say about that. I'm glad you brought it up. Surprise, surprise.
Hmm. There's several people that are commenting in chat about the bombings in China and Russia.
Okay, hold on. All right.
And I also sent you some information from
Well,
Devin Nunes in your Facebook Messenger.
thank you. Okay, this is interesting. Okay, this is from Kathy. Thank you, Kathy, for dropping this to me. Okay, hold on. Tell me if you guys can see this. Okay, this is Secretary Pompeo's Twitter. And 7 hours ago, he says the partnership is stronger than the Five Eyes partnership is stronger than ever. Thanks to our Quad diplomacy, 3C's initiative, there were two parties in the INF treaty. President Obama risked American lives, and then left the one-sided deal that made America defenseless. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom. Now, U.S. government account, our previous president unilaterally disarmed under the INF treaty. Let me pull up and see how soon that was. Was that today's? Yeah, I think it was today's, wasn't it? Hold on. Was the one his last tweet? Let's see. Okay. No. So it looks like that was maybe. Here we go. So 4 hours ago, when he got down to 1. Okay, there you see the 1. Okay, and then over the last 4 years, the U.S. has boldly called out countries who have failed to meet their obligations under the Chemical Weapons Convention. Maybe that could be a 4. That could be the Quad, right? Then we go to 3 hours ago. Have to back up treaties with action. President Trump took out targets in Syria after Assad gassed his own people. We have real red lines. 3 hours ago, Todd, he mentions the red lines.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Yep.
I went through those, and that stuck out to me.
Yep. The
So,
U.S. also, go ahead.
yeah, that whenever that phrases pop in, maybe that's the alert to start watching it.
Yeah. Real red lines. The U.S. also declassified information on Iran's use of chemical weapons. And then treaties like alliances can outlast their sell-by date. Always have to keep evaluating their usefulness. And then that was his last tweet. So he went from 1 to red line, declass, treaties like alliances. Treaties. Now, we've heard a lot about the Insurrection Act, right? Okay. Tell me what you've heard about that.
I was looking at something here, Dave. I don't know if this is a true statement.
Yeah.
I'm looking at a tweet from Rudy Giuliani. It says, "The calm before the storm, it's coming tomorrow. Pass it on, retweet, and follow." No, I'm going to double check this.
Yeah.
And I sent you one that was kind of like that from Lynn Wood saying, "Be prepared for an imminent blackout."
Yeah. Lynn Wood is dropping some dimes. The
That What's that from Stephanie Campbell Ocheling?
Okay.
Ocheling.
And that's in Messenger.
Yes, from Stephanie.
Keith says, ask Todd what he thinks of 17 plus 17 plus 17 equals Area 51.
Well, the number 51 is a huge number
Mm-hmm.
to certain people. Um, I'm trying to think of what off the top of my head. I
Yeah.
saw somebody did a breakdown on the number 51 and how many times it's been very, very prominent, should
Yeah.
we say,
Yeah.
in the satanic world.
Yeah. So, yeah, so it's, 317s. I haven't thought much about it just because we got so much other, but I love that you're thinking about that. Now, okay, so here's what I want to do because I really like a couple things. TD, I want to go to that, and Chase, I want to go back to your thing. And we have to go to the couple things. We've got, first of all, let me go to the 730, and then let's talk about the 1082 on the watch, okay, on the Mickey watch. And then we'll go down a few of those drops, and then we'll also double back to the deltas going out for tomorrow. And
Yeah, I
find
knew
out
that. I looked up that tweet and I can't find it.
which one, bud.
The one that I just said, Rudy Giuliani talked about the storm. I cannot see it anywhere here.
Okay, okay.
I'm looking at his live account, man.
So
It should be here.
yeah, that 5 4 3 2 1 countdown is pretty awesome, Pat. That is pretty awesome. So if we're
Yeah.
looking at, let me just pull up. Hold on, let me pull this up here. Now the 49. Well, first of all, if we look at the watch, and we'll come back to that, but 10 to 8. If you add 10 plus 2 is 12 plus 8 is 20. It's I'm missing something on that. I'm missing something on the numerology of that. Just had a brain fart.
Oh, man, I can smell it. Ooh.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking for some sauce about the Insurrection Act as well.
Yeah.
And here's the thing about the Insurrection Act, guys. People keep saying, it's been signed, okay? But here's the thing. He already signed the Insurrection Act. He already signed the executive order for the Insurrection Act. I don't even know if it needs to be signed. I think it just needs to be acted upon.
Right.
I may be wrong. But everyone's saying, oh, he signed it, he signed it. It's like, well, he already signed the executive order.
Well, Dave, he's been a wartime president since he
Yeah.
was elected, so
Yeah,
it
yeah.
really is it's meaningless. And the significance of it is he's been
Yeah.
a wartime president since 2001, September 14th,
Yeah.
and then he claimed a state of emergency in 2018. So he's got all of everything he needs to do anything he wants to do right already. When he
Yeah,
took office,
absolutely.
see, that was the plan to leave it open for Hillary.
Yep.
They wanted her to have
Yeah.
the superpowers, but now, see, that's why they wanted Trump out so bad, because basically he was super Trump.
It backfired on him.
Yes.
It backfired. We have used all of their tools that they were using, that they were setting up to use against us, have been used against them.
Exactly.
The Hammer, the NSA, the FISA, using the emails, using the emails, thinking they're getting one over on us by communicating through this Gmail, and now we have it all. they try to, they put away Julian Assange, and yet, his information has already done the damage, and now that's why we have to free him. So this is all, stuff that
If
they've tried
if
to use that we're using against them.
if we see Julian Assange come out and start talking, and he's got a really good tan and some tan lines, I'm going to
Yeah.
say he was at Mar-a-Lago for a while before.
Yeah, no kidding, right?
I don't think he's
Um,
been in any can for any amount of time. I think he's been here.
yep,
I
yep,
think there's going to be a lot of stuff that people are going to go, "Oh, wow, I had no idea." I think this is going to be like a huge, like we talked about it before, like the
yeah,
Sting, how you
yeah,
could have never figured it out.
yeah,
Um, that's what this is going to be like, because there are a lot more moving parts, and there's a lot more, hey, look
yeah,
over there while we're doing this over here, than you will know. I mean, it's like following the Q drops,
yeah,
Um, we're going to learn a lot about this plan at the end.
yeah, yeah, exactly. Let's go through. Excuse me. Let's go through Chase's catch on the 7:30, which was Pompeo's tweet last night. Okay, and it started. That was on February 11th, 2018. Let me get you guys with where I'm at here, and the timestamps at Snowden: truth to power, drop, truth to power, learn, 17. So we are just talking about Assange doing damage and how Snowden's done some damage as well. Um, you will cease to exist, truth to power. How's the bunker these days? 14 live, hello, PEOC force failed, 17. Don't know most of that. Coincidence, truth to power. Coincidence, Barlow. Learn. What if Snowden was still a clown? Why would it be important if he was in Russia? Learn. Now, Snowden, folks, I've always felt that Snowden was a psychological operation. Now, he's not he's a man, but what he revealed. Here's the thing about somebody that reveals something that I already know. Captain Obvious, table for one. Snowden didn't tell me anything I didn't already know. So to me, that's not much of a whistleblower, right? And now it's not just me, it's a lot of people in the truth movement who already knew the things that he was talking about. So we're all looking around at each other saying, what's the big deal? We already knew that. That was already, information that we knew. So what is it that Snowden really revealed? Other than he became mainstream and that information got out to the mainstream, which is always great, especially when you know that your government is spying on you, and you're trying to get the lowdown on just how they're doing it. But Snowden didn't really tell me anything I didn't already know. So to me, to make a big deal out of him when the mainstream media makes a big deal out of him, why are they? And so I didn't quite understand that. And so I always had an issue with Snowden being a true whistleblower. You have any thoughts on that, Todd?
Well, I think also, if you think about the timing of all this,
Yeah.
I think the wheels of this plan were in motion years in advance. I think you can look back even before
Yeah.
Trump's presidency
Yeah.
and see things that happened that didn't make sense or kind of were out of place now.
Yeah.
And I think that was this battle didn't start on in 2016 is what I'm saying.
Right.
There's been
Right.
like the tracks were laid and the foundation was put in place,
Yeah.
and then Trump just had to come in and kind of keep the train on the tracks. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And carry it out.
Yeah.
Because from everything I've found out about what I've researched on this is if Trump didn't go along with this plan, this was going to be done earlier, and it was going to be full military right away.
Yeah. Well, the other thing that Trump was perfect at was drawing fire.
Oh, right. Yeah. He's
Right.
Teflon Don, man.
He's the basically the John Dunbar of Dances with Wolves. When he knows they're going to take his leg off, and so he doesn't want to live anymore. So he just rides his horse and he holds his hands up, and he wants them to kill him, but they all fire their muskets and miss him. And back in the day, of course, if you fired a musket, it took you, anywhere from, a minute to a minute and a half to reload your musket. And so that's when his people charged and were able to shoot everybody because they were still reloading their muskets. And so he became a hero, right? So Trump is basically, riding that horse, and they're all firing at him and missing. Meanwhile, the cavalry is coming in and taking out all the bad players because they're out of ammo.
But imagine him being in the position he is and being as clean as he is.
Yeah.
Because they did
Yeah.
real investigations into his past.
Oh,
They did
yeah.
real.
They couldn't find
They
anything.
dug up everything they could, and there was nothing
Yeah.
there. There were,
Dude, I wouldn't
I'll
have made
bet
it
there were
through that. I wouldn't have made it
42,
through that.
42 lawyers and accountants all up your butt
Yeah.
like that with a magnifying glass, and
Yeah.
and you come out of that, shiny, like a shiny new penny. It's like,
Yep.
really, how many people could get away with that?
Exactly. Exactly.
So he
At the
was the
level-
perfect candidate.
Yeah, at the level he's at. So this 730 jumps to 1730 if we go up the line. F-16s intercept. An F-16 can shoot a missile out of the air? Question mark. Specialized weapons package, class 5, 17. That, I believe, was the one over Hawaii. Yeah. Did they
Yeah.
shoot that one down? Right.
Yep,
And then
that's-
we go to
That's what I'm thinking.
yeah, then we go to 2730, and we see the missile. Remember the cover story for this? Helicopter. Coincidence regarding Air Force One, regarding California route, North Korea. Bigger than 25th Amendment attempt to remove. And there you have the 25th Amendment rearing its ugly head again. Depth of this is very serious. Q. Wife of burned amputee veteran here. We are ready. We are with you. We will continue to fight. Godspeed. Q+++. Your husband answered the call as a brave and selfless patriot. We are forever grateful for his service and sacrifice to this country. May God bless you and your family. Honor and respect. And by the way, I want to just say about what I was saying about the national anthem and veterans and I hope that I'm clear that I am one of the biggest proponents and supporters of our veterans to get good health care, to get improved wages, to get mental health care through the PTSD, and I am just appalled at what our country asked them to do in certain situations, and especially a country and a government that doesn't seem to want to take care of them after they ask of them the greatest thing that they could possibly give to this country, and that is their innocence. And
I got a personal testimony on that. My brother had lost his arm in a farming accident, and so he has no.
Yeah.
So it's he lost it at the shoulder. So he goes and he starts basically becoming an advocate in a way into the most advanced prosthetic research.
uh-huh.
That you can do. And he actually hooked up with the doctor, and they went in front of the American Medical Association board and everything. And along the way, he actually did a lot of work with the Wounded Warriors. And, so obviously you have a lot of Wounded
Yeah.
Warriors that have the missing appendages.
Yeah.
And what was appalling to me, and it's all about money, The AMA, shockingly denied some of the most advanced research in the medical field in replacing arms and limbs. They have higher technology. Like a lot of our vets actually have to go to other countries to get procedures done because they don't do them in our own country, even with the advancement we have
Really?
in our medical field. Yeah, a lot of people go to Germany and Scotland. Actually, they're more advanced actually when it comes to prosthetics.
Wow.
Um, and
I'm not
yeah,
surprised. I mean,
well, it's basically it comes down to money. They look at our vets and they see what our American Medical Association sees is a sea of money will be lost if we open this technology up to these people that need this help.
yeah,
And that's it. That's the bottom line. Is it came down to money. It wasn't about whether it was safe or effective or if it worked or if it would help their lives. They didn't want to get involved because they would have had to put, some of the appendages were $250,000 a piece.
oh my God.
Well, who gives a shit when they lost it in service of the country?
Right, right.
Since when does that, in the richest country in the world, giving billions away like candy to other nations, how can you not take care of a person who lost a limb in service of your country?
Exactly.
You
Yeah,
assholes. I
yeah,
was so pissed when I heard that, Dave, because I was a big, I thought that, at that time I thought, well, it sounded weird, but the more I talked to my brother, the more mad he was about not helping the veterans. It just, I
yeah.
just, it almost makes you want to go postal.
It's atrocious because they're just everything they've done, and then you're gonna throw them under the bus is just
Yeah, well, I mean, the bottom line is, Dave, is they wouldn't be missing that limb if they weren't
yeah,
working, doing the dirty work for your country. So
yeah,
how can you not be responsible?
yeah,
It's appalling.
yeah. Absolutely.
So there's my little personal rant. But I mean, I got pretty close to it. We were into fundraising for people and everything, and my brother's was into it big time, and not just for himself, but for everyone. When
Yeah,
he went in front of the board, he was fighting for everyone to get this,
yep, exactly.
and he did so much work on it that the doctor that's going to do the work, it was a Swiss doctor. He said that he would do my brother's for free if he could get the rest of them help,
Hmm.
and it fell on deaf ears. It literally during a lunch break, the 40 doctors that were going to vote on this money to be and this procedure to be developed, um, they just basically came back after a lunch period and said, nah, you know, too much
Yeah,
money.
exactly, exactly. So one of the things, glad he's doing that work. That's amazing. Um, One of the things I wanted to say was, Kurt, I'm going to go down those drops that you mentioned, and they're saying that POTUS just posted. I'm sorry, Pompeo just posted. Sorry, guys. And basically, his post is terrorist designations of Ansarallah in Yemen confront its terrorist activity and seeks to deter further malign activity by the Iranian regime in the region. Now, 17 said that that oh, who was first? SA was first, and then Iran was next. No, what was the
Saudi
what was
Arabia was first.
Saudi Arabia went first, um,
Yeah, that's Wonderland.
but I think it was talking about North Korea was first, and then Iran is next because he was talking about where the CIA has control. And so 17 mentioned that we had that on a drop either last night or the night before. And so when Pompeo's tweeting about Yemen and also the Iranian regime, it tells me that things are going in that direction, right? And a lot of attention on Iran, a lot of attention on Obama with Iran and the money that went there. We've been talking about that. 17 has been taking us there quite a bit. At any rate, so moving on, let me take you to this continued 3730 when somebody posts. This tweet is from a suspended account. This was QAnon Michelle. I don't know when that was suspended. But then it brings us to 4730, which is the clock, which is 10 to 8. Okay? So what does that mean? We still haven't figured out what 10 to 8 means, right? And so is this pointing to possibly, let me see, 1 plus 8 is 9, because 1, you drop the 0 of the 10. So 1 plus 1, 1 plus 8 is 9, plus 2 is 11. So is it pointing to 11? Somebody did the math on this. Thank you. And I forget who it was already. But is it pointing to the 11? And I think this is what, I also think this is what Chase was getting to as well, right? And then, yes, 120 would be 11. Okay. Thank you, TD. 128. Okay, so, or it could be 128 as well, right? So let me find that. Thoughts on that, Todd?
Oh, actually, I was trying to get to where I was doing the timestamp on Pompeo's last tweet.
I think somebody said it was 10:44. Is that right?
10:44 Central.
Okay.
Oh wow! Did they switch that back? Because yeah, that couldn't be. Let's see, 10:44, 11:40. No, that would have had to have been 11:44 Eastern.
Right. We were down 10:44 earlier. Let me see.
Double numbers.
Yep. 11:44. That's a big one.
Yep. Wow.
By the let me pull up. Let me
pull up 11:44, and then we can go from there.
Okay. I wanted to just go to. Let me see. Hold on. D sent me. Yeah. So let's go to Moscow and Beijing are bombed. What do we know about that?
I'm hearing that. I heard that wasn't confirmed.
Okay.
But I haven't dug to find. I've seen both ways on it. So when it's like that, I just kind of let it marinate.
Yeah. Yeah. We want to be on. We want to be on top of it, but we also want to have it accurate. Now, we're going to go to that timestamp. The 4904, folks, just FYI, before we go down this path, is the Panic in D.C. Guardians of the Pedophiles, Panic in D.C., which we were taking, that was VK's last one, right? Last banner, was that VK?
Yeah.
And then FISAgate, which is the D class, and it was always C before D. And we think it's, certification of the election before declassification. All three moves playing simultaneously, ? Do you find it interesting that everything discussed in the past is somehow making news as of late? Yes, 17. We find that interesting, and we think you took a trip into the future. Thank you very much. That's what I think, anyway. So yeah, 11. So Hold on a second.
All these are relevant, Dave. I'm already
Yeah.
deep on it.
Okay. Awesome. Um, okay.
I'll
So
have a I'll have a path mapped out for you too.
awesome. Yeah, I'll let you do that. And I'm going to TD also dropped 1170. Boom, 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 with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 exclamation marks, and then 2668, which is a 2-year delta on January 11th. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. So that was. Now here's the thing, TD. What took you to 2668, please? Um, yeah, 23 is pain.
This is good.
Tyretta is saying Todd military time is 23:44.
Yeah, you don't have to go there. This
Okay,
is right on.
11:44 is the bomb.
There's a lot of connections here.
Okay, so I'm going to go to 11:44 then. Is that because
Yes,
that was the proper timestamp on Pompeo's tweet?
that was the Eastern
Wow.
Eastern.
April 12th, 2018. Twitter down. Injection good. Injection good. Sounds like to me that they're giving Twitter a an injection, some sort of a what do you call it, a virus maybe, to take them down. Okay. Now, I'm gonna try a little raspberry White Claw. Todd, I picked up some White Claw. I thought, well, they don't have a drink called the White Hat, so let me go for the White Claw, and we'll get the White Claws into the deep state and take them down. It's been a while since I drank on the show. I did a little sip, a little taste on New Year's Eve with you, and I used to have a little whiskey with you, and now I'm having a little White Claw, which I'm not quite sure I'm sold on yet. Cheers, everybody. I will say it makes my throat feel good, though. That's pretty good. It's like a ruby grapefruit or something. All right. So, let me see. Chris says the tail is at 37, 10, 1, plus 10, 11 maybe. I didn't get the tail. So 1144, yeah, Shannon, that's the bomb. That's a huge one. Okay. By the way, guys, we're on qalerts.app. Please do not put the Carl. I know you're trying to help everybody. Please do not put the link to Q Alerts, because it won't carry on Facebook. And I know we're not on Facebook, but what they're looking for is where people are linking that to on different platforms. Excuse me. Vicky works with homeless vets and advocates for them. Thank you, Vicky, for that work you do. That's amazing. Let's see. Sue Howard just saw her notification. Donald Trump Jr. was live 4 hours ago. Awesome. Okay. Somebody's asking me about the Pope being arrested on an 80-count indictment. Only one source is carrying that, the Conservative Beaver. We haven't gotten confirmation on that at all. Todd, where did you go from 1144? Todd, Todd, you with me? I think we lost him. You guys were asking me to go military time, 23:44. I didn't do that properly. Do that. Okay, memes ready. Q. Are you ready to see arrests? Are you ready to see pain? Are you ready to be a part of history? Yes, yes, and yes. That is a great military time drop. Thank you, Shelley, and those of you, Laura, that were talking about military time. That's awesome. Todd, that military time was strong.
Yeah, well, you can't do everything at once, so I'm
Yeah.
already 6 drops down from
That's
the
why
last drop.
I knew I lost you because I asked you where you want to go from the 11.
First thing I did was 1144. Then I spun it around and did 4411 for double
Right.
inverted numbers for mirror.
Yeah. 4411. The news is fake. The war is real. That was from January 4th
And it's all
of last year.
capitalized.
Yes.
So I was thinking I didn't do the gematria on it yet, but that would be something to do.
Yeah.
And throw the
And
Q in there too.
and by the way, let's play this. This is a 39-second clip of Barr.
At some demonstrations, there are extremist agitators who are hijacking the protests to pursue their own separate and violent agenda. We have evidence that Antifa and other similar extremist groups, as well as actors of a variety of different political persuasions, have been involved in instigating and participating in the violent activity.
We're seeing people who are exploiting this situation to pursue violent extremist agendas, anarchists like Antifa and other agitators. These individuals...
All right, so that's the link to fake news, but the war is real. Okay, now a couple things. Excuse me. The what they're talking about here is obviously Antifa. Now, Antifa, folks, the highest people in the land are talking about it being a terrorist group. And the funding of Antifa.com goes right to Biden-Harris. This is why we believe that this is a show that the white hats are putting on, using the black hats, using the fact that they have them over a barrel, and having this play out with such absurdity on the left that only the truly indoctrinated or stubborn are going to continue to support the left. Okay? So that's what's so important to understand here, is that everything they do doesn't make sense. Now, the news is real. The news is fake. The war is real. And while you're doing dives, Todd, I'll jump down to gematria on that. So we go to GE Matrix, folks, and we plug in the numbers that are the letters that are capitalized, and we calculate the gematria. In Jewish gematria, the real birthday of Jesus Christ is December 21st. Majestic 12. This is I think you guys know about Majestic 12, right? Is that the Palladians, supposedly? I'm having a brain fart on that one. The words of Jesus Christ, aggravated malicious wounding, east to west, so shall the coming of the Son of Man be. And the second angel poured out his vial upon the sea. Beyond tears, beyond joy, I am Father. And with twain he did fly. Timothy Joseph Hawkins. Let me go down to English. Democrats are holding this up. Yes. Quincy Demetrius Renfro, Sword of the Holy Spirit, establish your purpose, inhabitants of the universe. Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. You're becoming who you are. I am El Yeshua, the son, Adam ben David. So simple and yet so perfect. He is who is Judah king, David reborn. Holy Spirit kills enemies. The secret formula of gematria. Let me feel your 15ness, the words of Jesus Christ. The first cut is the deepest, August 24th. So nothing major. I mean, some pretty cool stuff there.
Did you
Uh,
put the Q in?
no, good call. I
I,
forgot that one.
I think that might change some things for you. I haven't done
Yeah.
it, but I think that's significant.
And he saw the Spirit of God descending like a dove. No, it's weak. Um, which gematria system is most accurate? I've been thinking about what I'm against. Leopold, the unsealing of tetragrammation. Tetragrammaton. I don't know what that is. Skull and Bones members cannot even count numbers. Theomatics prove God wrote the Bible. Deputy von Werden, College of the Genetically Engineered Vatican, Rome, Italy, which is still dark. Where were you? 2002. He will believe in God and love. Abundance 1818 for 626. Senator Kay Bailey Hutchison, Republican, Texas. My thoughts are higher than your thoughts. English, the devil, E.L. Mal, forever null. Schools must open in the fall. Lucius Domitius, I don't know what that is. Great bounty, I'll be rich, thank you. Make America great again. Keep America great. That's a good one. Someone stole my identity. The return of Jesus Christ. A lot of that showing up. The Lord will guide my steps. I've been waiting for 3. Powers of the Holy Spirit. There's the Holy Spirit again. Bible code translations perfected. Radiation is killing biblical angels. Interesting. Kennedy's killed Holy Spirit. So that's a gematria on the news is fake, the war is real, Q. All right. So that was 4411. Where did you go from there?
Okay, going back to 1144.
Yeah. Let
There's
me.
56 and 65
Yeah.
at the end, and then I did 101 because it was alone.
Yeah.
So it's using all the numbers. So I did 101, 56, and 65,
Yeah.
and then also 66.
66. Yeah. 101. Now the 101 is the one that has all the picture of
Yeah.
a lot of drops.
Yep.
And then 56 is right after the tweet on Friday, and 65 and 66. So you guys see we're getting that from here in the blue. These numbers are significant. We have mirrored number 101. We have, and then if that's something, then this might be something. So we go to this, to all this. Let's see what we have here. The 101 takes, well, let me start with the lowest number, 56. The Clinton campaign is attempting once again to sweep important questions under the rug about top aide Huma Abedin, her family ties to the Muslim Brotherhood and to Saudi Arabia, and her role in the ballooning Clinton email scandal. Her mother, Saleha Abedin, sits on the Presidency Staff Council of the International Islamic Council for Dawah and Relief, a group that is chaired by the leader of the Muslim Brotherhood, Sheikh Yusuf al-Qaradawi. Excuse me. Dave, live webcam at DC Capitol, lots of flashing lights and one searchlight. Oh, by the way, Chris says 111111. Maybe for that 101, 5665 is 111111. Nice catch, Chris. Todd, on that 101, 5665. Yeah, so
Oh yeah. Yep.
that's really
Yeah,
cool.
adding them up. Yeah,
Yep, really cool.
for 1111.
So let me hold on a second here. I want to check on this Capitol thing. Guys, do you have a Cindy? Can you send me a Capitol Live or Christy a Capitol Live in Messenger, please? Let me see. Let's see. Da, da, da. Yeah. And Philip, thanks for sending me that decode on Twitter of Pompeo as well. Let's see. Let's see how we're doing here, folks. We are wow, up over let's see, 20. Looks like about 2,600 of you over 3 platforms: Twitch, YouTube, D Live. Folks, thanks for making your way over here. We've got to get out of convenience with Facebook because of the censorship. We've got to get out of convenience with Twitter with the censorship. And I'm getting these kind of numbers, guys. I'm not even promoting on Twitter or any of the other things. So it's all because you guys are sharing this out, and that is greatly appreciated. Now, TD dropped the Podbean, the Trump podcast, but folks, the most recent that I can find is October 22nd, 2020. So there's nothing new here unless I'm missing something, and if I am, please let me know. Because we went to that last night. Okay, and let's see. Let's see. Okay.
Is that the right one that I sent you, Dave?
Let me see. I haven't checked it.
You wanted to live stream to the Capitol, right?
Yes. Let's see. Let's see what we got here. All right. Okay, live stream. There we go. Thank you. Looks like there's no sound. Looks like I see a blue light there in the foreground, the lower left. I wonder if it has another side. Do we know if it has like, if if it has another? Let's see, live streaming, watch live TV. Yeah, if you have one of the other side, if you can find one, just so we have both sides dialed in. This is the side that I was not on. I was on the other side, which was
So what's
the
the
one.
name of the other side?
What's that?
What is the name of the other side?
It would be from the mall, or from the from the mall. It would be, or from the Washington Monument, or from Pennsylvania Ave, or Constitution. So.
Christy said that one that I sent you, that you can change the camera.
Oh, that's
on
what I
it.
was wondering. How do I do that?
I'm looking.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, the webcam map underneath of it.
Uh-huh.
It's got like an X with a red.
Yeah, oh, I see. Okay. Let's
I think we
see.
can
All
pull that.
right. Yeah, it brought up the same one.
Hey, while you're
Um,
tracking that down, there's 3 really good drops that come out of these timestamps.
Okay, so where I'm at right now is 56. It's basically talking about the Clinton, the tie to Abaddon, which is huge because 17 always says, "Where's Huma?" And it's not only Huma, but it's also the tie to Harvard Alumni Muslim Association, Harvard University Muslim Association, actually. So Huma, right?
65 talks to today. 66 talks about today.
Okay, 65 is flash traffic, 3-letter agency embedded trafficking up channel into POTUS's Twitter to specifically target through specialized geo and send his location. We anticipated this. See post a few hours ago. It has begun. Perhaps more posts to follow as expected. Imminent departure. So what they're saying there, folks, is that because Trump uses Twitter, they can tag where he tweeted from. So they can know where he is so that they can attempt an assassination on him. 66. Let's be clear. You're telling us POTUS is currently under attack by our own intelligence agencies. We pulled this up the other night. Let's be real clear. The CIA just attacked the command and chief, which was immediately detected by NSA, military intelligence, and alerted to POTUS. Re-review all my crumbs, including today, yesterday, weekend. What does this mean? What actions are immediately occurring? If this leaks or the immediate action ongoing at Langley, you'll have your verification ahead of schedule. Now, Snedheads, if you want to check out, re-review all my crumbs, including today, yesterday, weekend, okay, then because there's no 17 crumbs yesterday and over the weekend, maybe you could go to November 2nd, okay, and review.
Well, see, it said in 65 to see post few hours ago, so that had to be on the same day, November 2nd, 2017.
Right. And just know that you're going to have, I believe the 28th was the first day of posting, so you don't have but a few days to check, but there are a lot. Obviously, they're up to 65. But good point, Todd. We anticipated this. See the post from a few hours ago. So will you guys pull up, well, I can pull up 64 in a sec, but let's go to 101, and that is, this was latest Q along with what was posted in CBTS 68, which I don't know what that is. Graphic confirmed Q, okay, and then it looks what code, 8 and 12, 11.6 TP pub, fill BO extract confirm, 2 o'clock Zulu, maybe Z, 2 o'clock Z.
Yep.
So are you guys tracking anything on that? Like, are you guys dialed into anything on those numbers?
Well, BO extract would have to be Barack Obama, I would think.
Yeah, I would think so. I don't think
Like
that
that.
those underscores, I don't think we're supposed to put letters in.
No, I think that's just separation. But 141 keeps going on. We'll have to go back to 64, though.
Tamrock, I think we went to 1044 earlier. 1044 is, let me see. We were at 1044 last night too. 1044 was the one that you're going to see Obama holding a AK-47 in tribal attire, one of many, and then they will shut the net down. And then the MSM will say it's fake pics, but we have videos in backup that it's accurate. Then they'll kill Google, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Yahoo, Bing, Instagram. Net will be paused, hammer on the clock. Okay, now, on the clock, does that mean that we go to the timestamps that took us to the Mickey watch, which was here? Because if it's on the clock, then maybe it's 1 plus 8, which is 9, plus 2, which is the 11th, which is tomorrow. Okay? So maybe we have these, but it's a great point. I'm glad we went back to 1044, so thank you for mentioning that.
After midnight tonight.
Yeah. It could be after
See,
midnight tonight.
look at 64. You've got to see 64, Dave.
Okay,
It's
awesome.
It's staying right. This is even more relevant.
Okay, 64, and you went to 64 based on game theory.
Well,
Right.
game theory applied, but also asking that question,
Oh, what was
is
before?
referenced earlier.
What was before
Yeah,
earlier? Yeah. Awesome.
yeah.
Thank
This
you.
is today.
64 is boom, boom. Okay. So 64, folks, is November 2nd, 2017. Fellow patriots, on being advised, actions have created accelerated counteractions. Let me say that again. I'm being advised actions have created accelerated counteractions. We have not yet ascertained the scope of the attack. Watch the news outlets. POTUS's Twitter takedown was not by accident, as referenced several hours ago. Should the lights go out, please know we are in control. Do not panic. We are prepared and assets are in place. God bless. I must go for good at this point. Now, Todd, seeing how 17 did not go for good on November 2nd, 2017,
Right.
maybe, just maybe, they're talking about today, like you just said.
Absolutely, they are.
Okay? So, because the Twitter takedown was not by accident. Folks, POTUS's Twitter was not taken down in November of 2017. It wasn't taken down November 2nd, 2018, 2019, 2020. It was taken down Friday. It was taken down on the 8th of January, 2021, which was, by the way, 1 or 10, 8, okay, which on the clock, but 2021. And so, let me find that.
Oh,
One,
wow.
yeah.
63 is good.
Okay, so let's go to. So what we're doing here, guys, is we're looking because he keeps saying as referenced several hours ago. Okay, so we're going to keep going down 63. I'm going to get rid of these and just go to the 60, 65, 66. We'll stay in the 60s and go to 63. So you guys can also read them if you're. Okay, 63. To those watching, you know who you are. You have a choice to make. Now, at this point, folks, 17 was communicating basically with like digital ninjas, like anons and autists on the board, okay? Because 17 was engaging some of the brightest minds on the planet, because that's where these dudes hang out, okay? And one of those dudes was the one that told me about it, okay? And that dude is currently working alongside some pretty heavy hitters that I've mentioned to you before, okay? So 17, to those watching, you know who you are. Why? Because those people were the ones that could pick up what Q was putting down. You have a choice to make. You can stand up and do what you know to be right, or you can suffer the consequences of your previous actions. So he's also speaking to the people that he's condemning, that they're condemning. Okay? Make no mistake, you are on the losing side. So he's not talking to the Anons in this particular thing. I was wrong on that. Okay? He's talking to the Clintons, the Humas, all those. Make no mistake, you are on the losing side. The choice is yours. If you decide to take down politics and the net, we will be ready. 4920A293883, Alice and Wonderland. Interesting. Any other further insight into that?
I think we need to punch in those numbers just in a search.
Yeah.
I've done that before, and it leads you to like another whole world.
Yeah, absolutely. Hillary Clinton email archive.
Yep.
That's where it takes us. That's where it takes us often. From Robert Russo to Hillary Clinton. Unclassified U.S. Department of State case, release in Part B6. From Robert Russo, Robert the 5th. Saturday, April 14th, 2012. Here my draft. Okay. What is Carlos Pascual's email? From Abadan Huma, sent Wednesday, April 11th. From Shu Malto. Dear Hillary, a few meetings ago we talked about how we, U.S. companies and the USG, can help other countries develop the shale oil, U.S. Geological, is that what that is, USG? Can help other countries develop the shale oil and gas with hydraulic fracking in an environmentally responsible way. The responsible development of these resources can change the energy and geopolitical landscape in profound ways. The DOE, that's the Department of Energy, points of contact who can support state. Chuck McConnell, Assistant Secretary for Fossil Energy, and his information. Okay. Unclassified U.S. Department of State case. I'm sorry to have taken so long, in part because I had to navigate through the text from Hillary website with an ultra-slow connection. Cheers, Steve. The second attachment from New York is relevant to our scheduling lunch. Stephen Chu, Department of Energy. Now, this could be, this could have to do with, by the way, the actual, this could have to do with companies like Burisma or the company, the CEFC, which is the energy company of China, that is also tied in with the Bidens, okay? And seemingly here.
Well, notice the location of it, Dave. It's right there above Alice in Wonderland. Maybe that's when they're describing what Wonderland and Alice is.
So, and also could be a tie-in to Saudi Arabia. And Carlos Pascual, who they're asking about, was born in 1959 as a Cuban American diplomat and former U.S. ambassador to Mexico and Ukraine. Ha ha ha. Was I just saying about Burisma? He served at the U.S. Agency for International Development from 1983 to 1995. And at the White House National Security Council from 95 to 2000, ultimately senior director for Russia, Ukraine, and Eurasia. Okay, so also think Russia and Clinton's ties with Russia through Uranium One. He was the State Department coordinator for U.S. assistance to Europe. So State Department, we're talking about Hillary Clinton as the Secretary of State. For U.S. assistance to Europe and Eurasia, and subsequently the coordinator for reconstruction and stabilization from 2003 to 2005. Later, he served at the Brookings Institution. By the way, the Brookings Institution, I'll get to that in a second, and was appointed special envoy and coordinator for international energy affairs at the State Department's Bureau of Energy. He currently serves as senior vice president at IHS Markit. Let me take you to Brookings first. This is a think tank, okay, in Washington. It's basically it's cabal, okay. This is controlled by the cabal. This is one of the organizations that is completely corrupted, and so it's kind of like if you're at the Brookings Institute, people in the know that you're part of something much bigger than what is on the surface, and kind of like if you're in the Council of Foreign Relations, right? Okay, and so also he's presently at IHS Markit, an American British information provider based in London. Guys, I'm an information provider. I don't have my own Wikipedia page, but my point here is that one part of this conglomerate originally was a firm that assigns identification numbers for ships, companies, and registered owners. Now, if you've been with us a while, you know we've delved down the evergreen path, we've delved down the Mayfair path, and we've shown you that there are many people involved in not just shipping companies. Like, for example, Mitch McConnell's wife, whose father owns a worldwide shipping company, one of the largest of its kind, and took 2 loans from the CCP in order to fund his company, the Bank of China, which is CCP controlled. So not just all these players that own these shipping, the ports, the ships, the containers that are shipping humans and illegal materials around the world, but also the software that tracks these people. Okay, one who owns the software is Ghislaine Maxwell's husband, owns a software company that tracks these kind of packages, not packages, but shipping containers worldwide. The gentleman that was very close to Bill Clinton, Jeffrey Epstein, and the guy who threw himself supposedly off a building in Century City, Steve Bing, okay? His name is Ron, I think, Burkle, and Ron Burkle owns a software that tracks these types of containers around the world. And he is close friends with these child traffickers. And why did Steve Bing kill himself, or was he killed? And Ron Burkle is still alive, but guess whose son was killed just a year ago? Ron Burkle's son. So there's something going on with here's the bottom line. Just think for a moment of this tragic reality of over 2,000 children in the United States alone that are being stolen and sent somewhere. We don't know. They don't find them. They find some of them, but they don't find most of them. And they're not like, they're not out in Hollywood trying to find themselves, or they're not in Sedona trying to, they've been taken. Where do they go? They've got to be taken somewhere. You're talking about just from the United States alone. Shipping, trucking, moving 2,000 humans every single day. That takes a vast network to do that. And if you have a vast network, you need the ability to track that network. And so when you dig down and you find cats like this dude, and he is in with a company that actually assigns IMO identification numbers for ships, and here you see it on one of them. It's the International Maritime Organization number, is a unique identifier for ships, registered ship owners, and management companies. IMO numbers were introduced to improve maritime safety and security and to reduce maritime fraud. They consist of 3 letters, IMO, followed by unique serial number. Now, they present this kind of thing as a way for security, safety and security, right? Just like the Patriot Act is for your safety and security. Meanwhile, they're tracking how much money you're making, how much money you're coming in from outside the U.S., how much money you're traveling with, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So the things that are popped up for our safety and security, right? Our safety, our Apple can update our phones for us, but guess what they can also do? They can also turn off the notifications that we're about to get from POTUS. So make sure you go into your settings, make sure that you take off the auto update from Apple. Okay, I've had mine off for quite some time. I still have a software that goes back to the spring because I have not updated at all. Why? Because they were trying to put the COVID tracker in there. They were literally trying to get you, every new download since the spring has the ability to track you. Okay, So this is, I just wanted to go down that thread because that's how important it is to when you find a name in a WikiLeaks email by two really corrupt people, Hillary Clinton and Huma Abedin, and they're asking for this guy's information, okay? Then you go to this guy, find out who the hell he is and what he's all about. Would you let this guy babysit your kids? Not me. Not me. All right. Went off on a little tangent there, my man.
What? What? I'm sitting here on a bomb, brother.
All right. All right. I hear it ticking. All right. Let me go back to so we went down that we were at 64. Okay. Should the lights go out, please know we're in control. Do not panic. We are prepared and assets are in place. God bless. I must go for good at this point. Where do you want to? And of course that was up above the Alice in Wonderland thing. And we know a lot of the shipping, a lot of the stuff's coming out of Saudi Arabia. A lot of the financing's coming out of Saudi Arabia. Folks, the things that these kings and they get away with in the kingdom, it would put 99% of most of you in the hospital. Most of us, me included. Where'd you want to go from here, buddy?
Keep going down. And
Okay.
I think the POL is posts online.
Ah, good. Finally. Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
I figured that out the other day. I meant to mention that to you because it was mentioning taking down stuff off of the net.
Okay. Good.
I'm,
It's
that's
never
posts online.
resonated with me that
Yeah.
when I say politics. So thank you. Posts online. That's good. So you guys got that? The POL means it's not a piece of lint from your belly button. It's
Bear in the cave.
It's posts online. Okay. I just grossed everybody out right there. I hope you guys weren't
Yeah.
eating when I just said
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, 62, 61 is a
Awesome.
bomb.
All right, 62. Highly recommend someone take all of my crumbs and put into a massive dump a single shot. This will be considered the biggest inside approved dump in American history. They are beginning to understand, as Podesta's attorney was just notified. All of my dumps are being recorded, but again, it doesn't matter. Alice and Wonderland. Where is Barack Obama today? Okay. 61. Please refer back and collect my crumbs. This is 17 calls his drops, their drops, crumbs. As discussed, we've anticipated the Twitter and other social media blackouts. Wow. Rogue agents, programmers. Per sealed federal orders, we quickly tracked and reinstated. Expect outages periodically, infiltrated. If this doesn't signal what I've been saying, I don't know what will. Wow.
Talking about the
Wow.
blackout here.
Yeah. So Nancy says, Todd, I want to address this because it's a great point. Okay. But that is from 3 years ago. Okay. So Nancy, here's the thing about this. They're speaking to us now, 3 years ago, because guess what? Twitter didn't black out President Trump 3 years ago. He did a couple of days ago. So how can 17 be talking about what's happening today 3 years ago? Okay. Shannon, great dive. Thank you, Shannon. You guys are leading it. You guys are doing great. So because somehow they've seen the future. Looking Glass, Doug. Yellow Cube. what else?
Quantum computing.
Quantum computing, right?
Taking all of the analysis of everything and running a program that basically
Yeah.
takes every reaction and action into account.
Yeah, exactly. So, and Dave doesn't read us. I do. I just don't always get it. And I try my best, but there's a lot coming at me. Yes, they're speaking through, they've looking glass, they've been into the future, or they know the future. Tracy, John Barron, it's a joke Twitter account that he's having fun with, and people are enjoying it. Let's see.
60.
60. Let's do it. Now, at this point, guys, the reason why we're going down this path is because we're doing 17 is asking us to read my earlier tweets, read my earlier crumbs, but the other thing that we do is when we hit on things that are really connecting, like we know, like, wow, that's a big one, that's a boom, we keep going because that's called game theory, which Q has also said for us to do, is follow game theory, which is you keep going down a particular path that seems to be serving us, okay? Here's 60, November 2nd, 2017. You can count the people who have the full picture on two hands. Of those, less than 10 people, only 3 are non-military. Why is this relevant? Game theory. I was just talking about that.
Yep.
Outside of a potential operator who has been dialed in with orders specific to his or her mission, nobody else has this information. Operators never divulge. Alice and Wonderland. Okay. So, interesting. So, nobody has this information, like I was talking about earlier, guys, is that we have this information because they needed us involved. Okay? But we don't have the full picture. Todd and I talk about, like, as much as we know about 17. I started reading 17 October, I think, 30th, 2017. That's how long I've been following 17. From the day after or 2 days after, I can't remember exactly what it was. But I could go back, I could find my text of my buddy who let me know. But so as much as we know about 17 and all these drops, we don't have the whole picture. And so what we're trying to do is, figure out the picture, right? Yeah. So somebody's saying there's a fire at the Capitol. Are we talking about right now, guys, or what? And can you confirm that and let me know? Also, did we ever figure out how to get a picture of the other side, Cindy, of the Capitol?
Hold on, I'll wake her up.
Funny, very funny, really funny. Not even funny. I'm over here doing research and you're telling me to wake up.
He's such an asshole, isn't he, Cindy?
Yeah.
No,
I knew that
I'm a
long before you.
dumbass.
I knew that Dumas. It's Dumas.
Yeah, there's a French word for it.
I knew that long before you, Cindy. You
Yes,
should have reached out to me. I could have given you a heads up, saved you a lot
I
of
know,
pain.
right?
Well, I was trying to wake everybody else up too, so that they can catch up with the class.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This, if you don't understand, I mean, just think of the content of these post right here, they're talking about today, and this
Yeah.
was
Yeah.
actually this was in 17, so we're actually working
Oh,
on
excuse
the
me.
over 3 years almost.
Yeah,
Well, that
exactly.
was November of 17. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Thank you, Christy. Hey, Kurt, I took a screenshot of what you asked me, and so I have that down here. So we'll get to that. Kurt has some great drops from X22. And by the way, Kurt, we did 34 last night, and we mirrored that 43. Those were big.
yeah.
Um, let's see. Yeah.
I
So
think it'd be safe to go right now and just go all the way down from where we're at, all the way down to the basement of one.
yeah,
We
yeah,
all know what 55 is. We know that's relevant.
right.
These next two are these next three are all connected to the Clinton campaign and
Yeah,
email scandal.
yeah.
Aberdeen, Muslim Brotherhood, Snopes fact checking, McCain.
Good.
We know all this stuff. This is not stuff we really need to go down. It's not got any new bombshells, but we're so close to 55. It's like, and that's the big one.
Yeah, yeah. So let me. I love that little recap because we don't need to dig into each one of them. But I
Right.
did want to touch on 59 real quick. Combine all posts and analyze. The questions provide answers. Remember, information is everything. The flow of information is no longer controlled by the MSM. I'm hearing myself. And is that how you hear me, by the way? I sound like I'm some kind of AI.
No, I don't hear you. I mean, we don't have anything on that could
Oh,
possibly
okay.
be.
I was getting feedback. That was weird.
Yeah.
So every information is everything. The flow of information is no longer controlled by the MSM, but by you and others. Hence, why we are dedicating critical time to distribute crumbs which can be followed in greater detail to paint the entire picture once more information is released. I was just talking to you about we're trying to get a picture, right? Trying to get all the information so we can get the full picture. I love how this kind of comes to play.
Yeah.
Right, dude? I mean,
Yeah.
that happens to us all the time.
All
Like
the time.
I'll do a monologue and I have no idea where we're going to go with the drops and there we are, right? Or you and I will have a conversation one day and then the next day it'll be completely validated by the drops we have.
Or we'll use some strange terminology and it'll be in it
Yeah.
directly.
Yeah. Guys.
Something that I would have never said in my life.
Right.
you know,
It's
like,
uncanny how
yeah.
that goes down. So, why has POTUS dedicated so much time into labeling the MSM as fake news? Why is this relevant? We are fully prepared that all social media will be shut down to prevent the spread of this information, i.e., POTUS's Twitter, etc., and or mass censoring. Folks, November 2nd, 2017. And we're being directed to it today. That's why Todd and I and Cindy and others are so calm. We're not worried. We're not worried about where this is going.
Not at all.
Folks, I've been waiting for this day for 14 years, and I have never felt better about where we are as humanity right now in this point in time. Why? Because we are being given all this information, and they have proven to us that somehow, some way, they have looked into the future. And now they're telling us to go back and look at what they were telling us then about today. It's uncanny. It can't be explained any other way than they have looked into the future and are now using timestamps and code to take us back to these posts, these crumbs that explain exactly what's happening now.
Well, and notice that we're reading these backwards, folks,
Yes.
and they're making sense, right?
Yes. Why? Because they go backwards. This is in reverse. People were thinking, well, none of this has happened. 17's a hoax because Podesta was supposed to be arrested. This was supposed to happen. Oh yeah, Twitter's supposed to be down. Mass censoring. 3 years, almost 4 years ago, 3.5 years ago, they were talking about this and it never happened. So people were like discrediting, discounting 17. Why? Margaret Owens, my husband thinks I'm in a cult. Margaret, ask him what cult asks you to think for yourself. What cult leader has never, nobody knows who he is. Okay? Yeah, Vincent, it's been a long haul getting from there to here, my fellow 17 and on. I feel you, brother. It's been a long haul, my man. It is.
Oh, yeah.
By the way, Vincent Vendetta, 5'5", brother. 5'5". Loud and clear. Deanna, we did not finish the tab decoding from last night. We would like to do that today if we can. But we got a lot of good stuff to go over.
Yeah. I mean, is this not good enough?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I mean,
what do you want from me? What do you want from me?
This is direct communications from the people involved in solving the situation we are in.
Yeah.
So if you think you're going to find a better source of information, other than maybe POTUS showing up at my house and giving an interview, that's about as close as we get to knowing what's going on here, really. So I don't understand. I like other guys. I watch other guys. I watch, everybody give their opinion. But I like to deal in facts, and the rawest facts you get are facts from POTUS and the military intelligence group that's been working on this for 50 years.
Yeah.
Just my opinion.
That's a great point, Todd. That's a great point. That's a great point.
I mean, you could go watch Dilly. Dilly's good. He's really fun to watch. I watch him.
Oh, he's great. But who's this Q guy? Who's this Q guy? I don't know. I don't know who this Q guy is. This motherfucker. I don't know who he is, but he must be all right.
Yeah. I love him. I mean, he's just it's awesome. One laugh after another. But this is raw. I mean, it's it can be a little bit more boring here because you get the raw data. But this is what's exactly happening right now, and from the people doing it. And why we are sharing out this information is because he shared this information for us to get out. So we're doing it.
And Todd figured out that we were going backwards. Like there was a lot of stuff that was back, and I thought, they're predicting some stuff, but the backwards thing was huge.
Well, we're even reading these backwards.
Yeah, and that's why they make sense.
Perfect sense. See, on the way up, there were a lot of times, didn't you go, what the hell is he talking about? Didn't you say that quite a bit? Like, what is he talking about? And now we see what's happening exactly.
And what I was doing, and Vincent, maybe you were doing this too. I mean, if you were reading them a long time ago, was we're like, oh, it's happening tomorrow, it's happening next week. And, because a buddy of mine was critical of me the other day. He was saying, I've known him for 12 and a half years. He was saying, dude, none of your predictions have come true. Right? And I'm like, well, okay. A lot of my predictions had to do with justice being served for crimes that have been done. But when you don't have a justice system set up that is legitimate, you're not going to be able to, in other words, because I flat out asked him, I said, what, you don't think the Clintons are trafficking children? You don't think Bill Clinton has raped children, having gone to Epstein Island 26 times on the Lolita Express? It's called Orgy Island. You don't think Hillary's been involved in that. She's been there 6 times. These people have committed crimes. They just haven't been shown justice. Why? Because they've controlled the justice. That's why none of this has gone down. But going up these things, we were saying, oh, it's going to happen next week. It's going to happen. This is going to happen. But at the time, we didn't know how deep the swamp was, how absolutely infiltrated our government was by these creatures. And that's why it became very difficult. Finishing up on this one, sealed federal orders pre-submitted as prevention and masked as in general, though that does not account for rogue agents, programmers within. Dates and pending actions are deliberately provided for authenticity. Alice and Wonderland.
See, the other thing, Dave, aside from, asking their justice system to convict their own people and find them guilty and imprison them in their own prisons, which is never going to happen, this movement is trying to do everything legally and ethically it can under the rules that exist now. And so we're using their playbook and their platforms, basically. I mean, you look at big tech, we're using their platforms to bring them down. And, that's a dance that you can't, you could stomp on a lot of feet. You could screw this up really bad. That's why you have to go slowly and you have to be precise, because if you get out over your skis here and start arresting people and you only get half of them, guess what? They pop back up. It's like, pulling part of the weeds and leaving part of the weeds there. The next day you go out on your lawn and you see a bunch of weeds. They grow right back. So this has got to get everyone involved. And this was set up so that there's, I've heard that in each position of power that they hold, they have 5 people waiting to ascend to the next position. So say you go and you arrest, just for instance, Adam Schiff. We know he's done a lot of bad things. We know exactly what he did in the Standard Hotel. I mean, I could go right on down the list. But say you take him out, and they've got, 5 other swamp creatures ready to get, use their voter machines to get elected to be in that position to keep going with the same thing. Do you see how hard it is? You have to take down the whole diseased temple. You have to take the judges out. You have to take it all the way, all the politicians. It's not just grab the ones you think are bad. The whole system has to fall. It's going to be a brand new government with a brand new set of judges, with constitutional judges. Attorneys are going to have to be retrained. We're going to have a new election. This isn't like they're going to put Trump in on the 20th and then, everybody just goes, okay, we're going to listen to him, we go back to work. Guess what? The whole place is coming down. I hope you realize that. This is going to be federal judges, it's going to be local judges, it's going to be everybody who's tied to this shit, because we have it all. In the 200,000 sealed indictments, there can be up to 93 people in each indictment. This is worldwide too. You're talking about, you can't just do it here. They're doing it in England, they're doing it everywhere. I mean, this is a worldwide thing. You can't just sit here and go, well, why don't they arrest somebody? Because the whole plan hinges on everything going perfectly. So if you get all, you're like, just do it now, I can't take it anymore. Well, yeah, you can. You can take it for another week or two, because that's about what I see, at the most. You're going to see some things, and you're going to hear some things, and information is going to be released, and there's going to be arrests, there's going to be all this is coming to light. We're at that point, but you can't say, well, I've heard that before, because I know why we heard it before. Because they wanted us to hear it before, so we would put it out there. It was disinformation. You know how many times I've said, well, it looks like we're going dark this weekend?
Yeah.
And I was right based on the information I had.
Absolutely.
they basically gave me the playbook and said, "Yep, we're going. This time's it." And what they did was they used that disinformation that we were spewing out
Yeah.
against the cabal, and I'm okay with that.
Right. And by the way, how about the cabal, Todd, that listened to our show, which we know they have, because of just, how we've been attacked. But how about the cabal thinking that this is the weekend? And they're saying
Exactly.
to their family how much I love you, how much blah blah, and they're freaking out because they don't know when. And so every weekend that we say it's going to happen, they're shitting their pants and thinking, "Oh my God, they're going to come this weekend." And then Monday comes and they're like, "Oh my God, I can't go through this anymore. I can't do this anymore," because the anticipation of terror is greater than the terror itself. And so and that was Hitchcock, and he was a master storyteller, and he made us fear just through the anticipation of it. And so every weekend they have to anticipate this fear. So Chase, I'll put 1082. We've been to 1082 before many times. A lot of these posts, guys, we've been to before. But what's really key is when you get there and you realize that you are. It's even more poignant than it was, a month ago or 2 months ago or 3 months ago, right?
Right.
That's when it becomes really exciting because you realize, oh my God, we are absolutely over the target, okay? And so let me go to, so when we first saw the Mickey clock, we went to 1082, and I'll take you there. And this was April 8th, 2018, POTUS and JFK Jr. relationship. They were good friends in New York City. Plane crash 1999, HRC Senate 2000, because he was going to run for Senate, but HRC was going to carpetbag New York and run for Senate, and she would not have beaten, as a Democrat, she would not have beaten John F. Kennedy Jr. And so they knew, the theory is that POTUS and JFK Jr. knew that she was going to take him out, just like that same, cabal, the Bushes before them, when the Bushes took out his father, I'm sorry, Herbert Walker Bush, with the CIA, and then so they knew that this was going to happen. So this was the whole faked his death kind of thing, and then that was the start. Enjoy the show. So that's the 1082. And the reason we went there is because that's the 10, 8 red lines and the 2, right? The 10 and the 2. All right. This could also be 10:10, right? Because that's the actual time is 10:10, 10:10:8, right? So that could be 20. It could be on the 20th. So a lot of ways you can read these things, and get them to make sense with what's going on now here. Now somebody
Hey,
was saying
Dave. Dave.
Yeah, bud.
So 10 equals J, right?
Yeah.
And 2 equals B, right?
Yeah.
Joe Biden in reverse?
Could be. As the
Who was
first arrest, possibly.
Who was the last senator to contact JFK Jr. before he disappeared?
Yeah. And JFK Jr. was not a fan of Biden.
No, but wouldn't it be great if he could get back right at him personally?
Yeah.
And do you remember back in Iowa when Joe was running a terrible campaign and he had no mojo at all? And
no
then,
chance of winning.
And he was a terrible candidate, just like he's been a terrible candidate his whole life, never getting more than 1% of the vote. And
Yeah.
all of a sudden he gets the most votes in history. What if the Q team, the 17 team, actually handpicked him and the worst vice presidential candidate based on her record, and basically helped them Super Tuesday to become the candidate elects, so that they could personally take it out on the people that they wanted to.
Yeah, that could be a white hat move because they could make, because the whole idea with the white hat move. By the way, I just pulled up Reagan National because somebody was saying there's a lot of sirens at Reagan National. There was some flight delays today at Reagan National. There was some flight stopping. At one point, there was no flights coming out of or into Ronald Reagan Airport, and that was in the middle of the day. Todd, that would certainly make a lot of sense with the theory of the white hats controlling a lot of that, because I mean, what better moron to have with full baggage in tow than Joe Biden running for the president and make the left and the right realize how absurd the left has become. You can talk to a lot of Democrats, folks, and they're like, listen, I just talked to a neighbor today, and he said, listen, I didn't leave the Democrat Party. They left me. And no truer words were ever spoken, because I mean, the Democrat Party has a history of, just not being very good towards blacks, not being, but then they got this facelift of that they were the party of compassion, and I think still people are still operating off that. But even diehard Democrats didn't expect it to go full on socialism, full on retardation of mind, body, and soul, as they watched Pelosi and Biden and Schiff and Nadler shit his pants on stage, and just completely just out of their minds, right? Out of their minds. Somebody said that the Eiffel Tower is dark. Could you guys confirm that for me, please? Let's see. Let's see.
I wonder how much of this has actually been completed at this moment.
I know.
Because there's no way you can tell me after all this time and all the stuff that I've seen, so many shallow fakes,
yeah,
that there hasn't been some work done already to get to where we are.
Right.
There can't be. It can't be. It can't be that they're just starting now. I would be amazed unless that was the dark hats hiding their guys because they knew what was going on.
Yeah. Well, the theory, obviously, excuse me. The theory here is that I just lost my place. You were just talking about, because I was trying to pull up another 17 drop. What did you just say?
I just wonder, how much of this is actually taking place, and I also want to mention that, when we were talking about different timelines,
yeah,
and the conversion of timelines,
yes,
who's to say that 17 and the crew are, when they did this plan, were not able to be on different timelines and predict this?
Yeah,
that's another, the theory that we're all on separate timelines and we're choosing which timeline we want to make reality.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And so the more people that envision President Trump and pray for President Trump to be president, it's more likely to make that happen.
Yeah.
On your timeline.
Exactly.
And that's why, in some theories that there will be a group of people left behind,
mm-hmm.
in the ongoing timeline because they will have not made it
Yeah.
happen for them.
Yeah.
And it really, starts to make sense when you're starting to think about string theory and all of the things that, physicists
Yeah.
are talking about, bending time and space.
Yeah.
It's another, it really makes this a broad subject other than, who's going to be president, who's going to
Yep.
not be
Yep.
president.
Huma, a non-dancer, says, or human non-dancer. Cause I keep thinking Huma.
Follow
High,
Huma?
yeah, says highly sophisticated code breaking is required here. Obviously, the thing about this, I agree with you, and we do our best. But even Todd and I feel like we're missing something, right?
We are.
That we're missing something. Like we don't have the full dialed in. And I remember, Todd, that there was a couple that did a video a while back, and they took the blue numbers. They took the numbers in blue, and they highlighted them, and they put them in something, and they were coming up with other stuff, and I lost that. And as
Yeah,
to what,
that's on 8kun itself.
okay,
Isn't that yeah, because each one of those is connected to a bunch of other, so actually
right,
you can expand this.
right, right.
And
Like
I
if I
went
if I click on the blue numbers, it takes us to 8kun, and it gives you all the board, the whole board, and we kind of stay away from this because there's a lot of stuff by Anons, which is good information, but it's also really tough to get through it all.
Yeah, it is. I mean, this is for people that do this for,
Yeah,
well, put it this way, I'm still typing with my thumbs.
yeah,
I don't
yeah.
so
And your
I'm
and your
lucky
and
to
your
get
and your knuckles drag on the ground. This is
I'm
for
I am a mouth breather.
um, yeah. So this is the kind of stuff that you can go into, and but this is where it gets really complicated, and it does take kind of an autist to do it. But there's not a lot of autists that are offering this. Like I did look up David Reinert. Like he's a dude that does some great drops. Let me see. Hold on. This is, I'm trying to see. Okay, 12:40, 24 a.m. Okay. Christine, I see you unsent some messages. I'm guessing you thought better of it, or but David Reiner, like, here's a dude that does some really great dives, and we haven't been to him in a while. Has he been quiet or has he been busy? Do we know?
He's been taken down.
He was taken down off Facebook?
I believe so.
Yep, he has. That's why, well, here we
Well,
go.
I
Yeah.
think I heard it was just a day or two ago. Like he might have been in the Grand Purge, as they call it.
Yeah.
I've kind of settled down on my
He,
Facebook just to try to stay alive.
yeah, I
On it.
know, I know.
I'm
Same.
kind of subtly giving, the picture. I'm not as direct as I was before. I'm trying to, survive on one platform.
Yeah, he was taken down till February 7th. But he's on Twitter still. Timestamps important countdown markers. 10-5-1-0, 11-11, two sets of 11 days. 23 pain. Patterns are wild. By the way, how interesting when POTUS was talking about come to DC on Wednesday, the 6th, it will be wild.
Yeah.
Because he knew what they were going to do.
Yeah,
They knew
all
what they
knew.
were going to do then, folks. They knew what they were going to do then.
Right.
Think about that. TD, I did look up 4772, never bring an arrow in a quiver to a LOSBR missile fight. This is a reference to Nancy Pelosi when they were bringing out the impeachment back in, what was it? When did she say the quiver line? Let me see if I can find that. Oh, here. Oh, this was. We got to play this, Todd. This was Good Morning.
Yeah, I got
Sunday morning.
Somebody sent me that today because they know I enjoy it so much.
Oh my God! So let's just enjoy this together, folks. Hold on. I'm gonna step out of this for a second. Let me see. Transition, and here we go.
Let me press you though on what happens. You said you want people to get out there and vote, but even that's no guarantee that the White House and Senate Republicans won't try to push through a Supreme Court nomination in a lame duck session, even if Joe Biden wins on November 3rd, even if Democrats pick up seats in the House and maybe even the Senate. So what can you do then? Some have mentioned the possibility, if they try to push through a nominee in a lame duck session, that you and the House could move to impeach President Trump or Attorney General Barr as a way of stalling and preventing the Senate from acting on this nomination.
Well, we have our options. We have arrows in our quiver that I'm not about to discuss right now. But the fact is, we have a big challenge in our country. This president has threatened to not even accept the results of the election with statements that he and his henchmen have made. So right now, our main goal, and I think Ruth Bader Ginsburg would want that to be, would be to protect the integrity of the election as we protect the American people from the coronavirus. And I have faith in the American people on this Sunday morning. I hope and pray we have a vaccine and that it will be soon, but it must be safe and efficacious when we do, not one day sooner, not one day later than that. But the fact is, this administration has been a total failure in protecting the health and well-being of the American people, and it has had an impact on our economy. The lives, the livelihood, and the life of our democracy are threatened by this administration. So again, when people say, what can I do? You can vote, you can get out the vote, and you can do so as soon as possible. 10 states, as I said, on Friday started their early voting the day that we lost Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
But to be clear, you're not taking any arrows out of your quiver. You're not ruling anything out.
Good morning. Sunday morning. We have a responsibility. We take an oath to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States. We have a responsibility to meet the needs of the American people. That is, when we weigh the equities, protecting our democracy requires us to use every arrow in our quiver.
And finally, if the Republicans, though, still are successful, many of your colleagues have called for, again, if a majority has voted for Democrats in November, expanding the court in retaliation. Your response?
Well, let's just win the election. Let's hope that the president will see the light. Again, there's many, many people in our country, and millions more now because of the coronavirus, who have a pre-existing medical condition. The president has not been truthful in what he has said about that. He is in.
So what can you do then? Some have mentioned the possibility, if they try to push through a nominee in a lame duck session, that you and the House could move to impeach President Trump or Attorney General Barr as a way of stalling and preventing the Senate from acting on this nomination.
Well, we have our options. We have arrows in our quiver.
Try to push through a Supreme Court nominee, people to get out there and vote. But even press you though on what happens. You said you want people to get out there and vote, but even that's no guarantee that the White House and Senate Republicans won't try to push through a Supreme Court nomination in a lane.
So
It's 12:21, Dave.
12:21, beautiful. 12:21, folks.
Cappy in the portal.
Good stuff. Good stuff. I'll check 4835, and also Christy, I'll check the show chat here. What was it? 4835. I'll pull that up with the. Also, please let me know why I'm checking like 4835. I know you're saying it has to do with the impeachment. But I also want to, let me check this for a second. Here we go. All right. Thank you, Christy. Another one down. Okay, Earth Cam, Eiffel Tower Cam. This camera is temporarily unavailable, which basically tells us that Christy is saying every webcam is down. Is it just every webcam of the Eiffel Tower, Christy? Or, okay. And Christy checked for another webcam at the Capitol, but they're all down because of construction. Interesting. Yeah, there was a lot of construction going down, too. The mall camera is offline due to construction. Blackout in Italy. That was the Vatican. That was tonight as well. Yeah. Oh, here's something from Christy that I think is very important. Get the word out. I have seen people. What was that? I've seen people say they're going to leave Facebook, Twitter, etc.
Yellow 174, proceed on the airfield as requested. Report went off.
Oh, that's the audio from Reagan. That's what that is. That's what you guys are hearing. Okay. But Chrissy says, don't delete. Let the sites ban you. There will be a class action suite on each one after this is over. My Facebook may go down before long. So far, Messenger is the only one. That's a great point, Christy, that we have to just go ahead and let them take you off, because then you can also, that's going to be a class action lawsuit that we're going to win. So Johnny Rotten says, if you look at earthcam.com, all Paris cams are unavailable. So something's going down in Paris tonight, guys. Something's going down in Paris. And they're controlling the video. But first, we did hear that the Eiffel Tower was down before we lost video. So it's not like we just lost video. We already had heard it. It was down. Yeah. See if you guys can find.
Are any of our snedheads locals there? They have a DoorDash. Yeah. A DoorDash to their flat.
Yeah, exactly, guys. Can anybody any Paris snedheads here that can, or France snedheads, or somebody that knows somebody in Paris that can call and ask? Kay Dixon said Eiffel was down last night. Good to know. Thank you.
That's really strange.
So it's 7:24 a.m. in Paris. So it should be, the sun should be up right now, but we're not finding any webcams. So can you guys see if you can find any more webcams of Paris? That would be good to be able to tap into that. Let's go to this other one, 4835, that has to do with impeachment, and that's October 8th, 2020. And that is, we need justice. We are ready. Let's go. Where we go one, we go all. In it together. 4835. Now, here's the thing about this, TD. I would love to know why you went to 4835. Because you went to 4772. So I'd like to know that to find out why we're there. Nothing happened tonight. So Jambone, I think what we're seeing, I think a lot is going on tonight. And if you can't see me, then then that means that we still have internet, and that hasn't happened. Okay, Logo Seduce says, I can confirm Paris live cams are offline. Is that all live cams, or are there any private ones that we can maybe tap into? Snowballs roll. It looks like we got a live stream. Looks like we've got a live stream. Source 2. Source 3. Wait a minute, is that live? Eiffel Tower cam. Okay, it doesn't look like that's live. The camera is temporarily unavailable. So we're getting the same message that we were getting. Interesting. So even though you can pull up Eiffel Tower Paris webcam, when you click on it, it says the live stream is not available. Okay. Lovecat says viewsurf.com. Eiffel Cam. Let's check that out. Okay. Eiffel's got 2 LFs. Is that right? Oh, there we go. I had it. Hold on. Paris live. Let's see. View surf. By the way, Macron, folks, is total, globalist shill. He is in the pockets of Soros. He's in the pockets of Rothschilds. He will be going bye-bye. Okay. Louisiana Sunshine brings up power outages. Let me see. Top areas by outages: Texas, Louisiana, California, New York, but we're in the thousands. Texas is over 122,000. That's pretty big. Are there storms down there right now? Louisville, 31,000. Or I'm sorry, Louisiana, 31,000. That's a good thing to have here. California is doing all right. We checked that last night. This Eiffel Tower cam is not. There it is. Looks like it's live on Live Surf. And cars moving. It's saying it's 5:30 a.m. 5:30, 11:01. No, this is not live. If it says 11:01, right? I'm sorry, it's 1:11. I'm sorry, 1:11, because in Europe the month is secondary. So it's 1:11 at 5:30. So that is live. We do have a live camera of Paris. So thank you for that. 9 hours ahead. Okay, good deal. A lot of outages in Texas because of snow. Okay. This is Tamrock says that the White House has got flashing lights of red on both sides.
Hey, Dave, I sent you some stuff from Christy.
Okay.
In Messenger.
Thank you.
Pretty good stuff. Thank you,
Cool.
Christy.
Awesome. Always good stuff from Christy.
Don't. I wouldn't say that.
Where do you want me to start?
There's that easy timestamp. It's all kind of connected.
Pompeo, 2344.
Yep.
Terrorist designations, 2344. Memes ready. Are you ready to see arrests? Are you ready to see pain? Are you ready to be part of history? Are you and Christy ready to listen to the fact that I did that already without you?
What? Did you?
I did.
Oh my God, that's awesome, Dave. Good stuff.
Don't you patronize me.
I can't believe you did a timestamp without me.
I got my training wheels off, brother. I got my training wheels off.
Well, for those late arrivals that weren't here in the first 4 hours, you can
Yeah,
catch up.
that's a big one. I mean, that's a big timestamp right there. I mean, that's a big, drop, and that's why everyone early on was talking do the military timestamp, which we did, and it was beautiful because
So,
it's like, are you ready? Are you ready? And I was like, yeah, I'm ready.
Christy said it was from Nellie.
Well, thank you, Nellie. All right, so let's see. Yeah, we got the boom, boom, boom. Now, what about the Todd? What about what's the boom, boom, boom with the gun? Do you remember which one that is?
Yeah, and the bad thing is when you type in boom, boom, boom. Let me see.
And Christy, I can't read the one that is a Q-tip link. Maybe I could. What is that on Parler? What is that Q-tip link, please? Okay. Ronald Reagan still looks pretty basic. Carlos Pascual, he does not look trustworthy at all. This was the letter. Folks, what do you guys think? Let me go back to the chat. I haven't seen you here in the chat for a few minutes. Let's see. Let's see. Johnny Rotten, your Trump military agreement, November 20th, 2020. Who is that?
About 3 years ago, a group of generals came to me, and it was explained to me they were ready to conduct a coup d'état. They were ready to move Barack Obama from office.
We should listen to this. Let me
That's
see.
the guy that I remembered saying that.
Yeah, this is. Let me see.
Remember we talked about this earlier. When we talk about
Yep.
something, usually something talks about it later.
Yeah, exactly. And one of the snetheads just dropped this in our lap here.
Awesome.
And let's go to. That was Johnny Rotten. Thank you, Johnny. I'm going to pull this up. Oh, wait a minute. Looks like it's not available. It's not available anymore. But why am I clicking it on that one? Let me pull up Restream here. Let's see if I can pull up that. I might have it up. Wait, do I have the app up? Yeah, I got the app up. Here we go. So yeah, they're burying it hard. That is Corsi, right? That's Jerome Corsi. Corsi, guys, if you don't know who Jerome Corsi was leading the battle to get Barack Obama to show his birth certificate back in the day. Now, I was beside myself then. I was like, you've got to be kidding me, guys. He has never shown his birth certificate. He is a Manchurian candidate. Nobody remembers him from Colombia. It's like, it just went on and on. I was like, you got to be kidding me. All right, here we go. Let's see if it happens here. Let's see if it loads. And then I'll pull you guys into it and we can listen to Jerome Corsi. But he's a real patriot. All right, here it is, Johnny. All right, I got it. Okay. But he's a real patriot, folks. I want you to understand that the man you're about to hear here has spent countless hours, a lot of money, trying to go after President Barack Obama for basically being an ineligible president because he never produced his birth certificate. And the one he did produce was fake. Of course he knew it. Hold on. Here it is. Okay. Of course he knew it. Arpaio knew it because Joe Arpaio, the sheriff of Maricopa County, had a gentleman who was a Barack Obama supporter, voted for him twice, had him take the document that was the Barack Obama birth certificate that was presented to us as his official birth certificate and totally destroyed it. It was never even a document that was a paper document. It was never a paper document. And they figured that out. They did a forensic analysis of that, folks. Let's listen to this. This is important stuff. Okay. This was November 20th, 2020.
About 3 years ago, a group of generals came to me, and it was explained to me they were ready to conduct a coup d'etat. They were ready to move Barack Obama from office with military force. And then a few weeks later, I got another call and said that they were reconsidering. You know why they were reconsidering? No, why? Because they talked to Donald Trump. And Trump agreed that he would run. And they agreed that if he would run, they would conduct their coup d'etat as a legitimate process, rooting out the traitors within government. And that pact between the military and Donald Trump has held. As we've been interpreting and watching, and Alex has been following QAnon, QAnon is military intelligence and close to Trump. And the intelligence we're getting really is a lot of the inside script. Now, everybody says Donald Trump is going to lose, he's going to be out of office, he's going to be impeached. You watch CNN, MSNBC, they're throwing a party today, and all the 20 people watching them across the nation are very enthused. Donald Trump will not be removed from office. He will not be removed from office. And in the counterattack he's going to launch, one or two facts that could change everything. Get a report from Michael Horowitz, the Inspector General, who details the corruption within the Department of Justice. Donald Trump is right. Maybe we should tear down the FBI building and start over again. And if you take a look at the depth of this corruption, it's pervasive since George H.W. Bush. The bureaucrats who have stayed, including these SES bureaucrats who are there mostly permanently, they're globalists. They don't believe in America anymore. They think they're smarter than America, smarter than the Founding Fathers. We ought to revise the Constitution. They are, there's a very simple word that describes what they are. Traitors. Traitors. It's a capital crime. And I want to predict to you here today that when the tables turn, Donald Trump will be invoking military tribunals, and even Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama are going to be facing treason charges. It will not end, and Donald Trump will have the courage to do that. Every time it looks to me, I've said this about Donald Trump, I've known him for decades. I said, Donald Trump always looks like he's going to lose until just before he wins. He's always looking like he's 1 inch from being, losing all his money. 1 inch from losing this deal or that deal. Everything Donald Trump has done in his life has been a success. And in the final game of this, I think Donald Trump will reduce the bureaucracy. I'd say 95% would be good, maybe 100%. Because the bureaucracy isn't specified in the Constitution. There's no discussion. There's no article about the bureaucracy, which means it can all be removed. Fire them all. And I think what we can have is a rebirth, as we say, of freedom in this country. But I want to say 2 or 3 things about Zuckerberg. Someone has come forth as a Silicon Valley insider anonymous and has been writing me extensive emails, which I've now been able to validate. And the story of Zuckerberg and the others is this. Facebook, all of the major ones, Twitter, YouTube, Google.
This is Jerome Corsi.
Every single one of them is a creation of the CIA. They were funded by the CIA, and they were there. And by the way, they are all considered dispensable. Zuckerberg may not realize it, but he's in the ejection seat. And the button will be pushed and he'll be ejected out. But the real power in Silicon Valley is the infrastructure of the internet. It's the Oracles. It's the Microsofts, the Sun Microsoft systems. These are the tracks, the railroad tracks on which the internet runs, the bridges, the infrastructure. And the people who are really controlling Silicon Valley are the Larry Ellisons. These are the people you know less about because they're not the front men. Zuckerberg is dispensable. Eric Schmidt is dispensable. Google is dispensable. They'll just replace it with another one. Because the real godfathers are the Larry Ellisons and the others. And who funded Larry Ellison? The CIA, the military-industrial complex, moving in with Lockheed and the others wanting the creation of a new generation of electronic hardware for the military. And in the process, and that started going back into the 50s. What happened is along the way, they realized with social media, they could create something where we would all give them all of our information freely about everything about ourselves. People even post pictures of themselves naked, which they keep forever. Every click you make is going right into the intelligence agencies. And then that data is being profiled and given to the New World Order, sold for money, for advertising and marketing. And by the way, Zuckerberg may have his own rules and we're going to protect privacy, but don't for a minute think that they aren't still collecting the information. They've got it all. It's archived. It's every phone call you've ever made, every email you've ever made, and people are stupid enough to put these devices in their homes which can record everything they say. Facebook can track you even if you're not a member of Facebook. They can all do all the tracking anywhere you appear on the internet, and that stuff is archived forever. What we've got to do is we've got to reclaim the internet. We've got to have an internet Bill of Rights, as it were, to impose First Amendment, Second Amendment, Fourth Amendment. We've got to do this through Congress, and I'm here to tell you that before Donald Trump is done, the internet will be 100% regulated, or it will be broken up. Because Donald Trump understands the threat to our freedom. The threat to our freedom every one of us face with this information is so massive control that never occurred to George Orwell or Aldous Huxley that this could happen. But I'm here to say that in conclusion of all this, the same conclusion in the book I've just written in Killing the Deep State, it ends, in the end, Donald Trump wins. And never forget that in the end, God wins.
Thank you.
So let me say this, a couple things about that. Great video. Corsi, I've been following for years. This, so you know, guys, is on Rumble. It was published November 20th, 2020. Now, this was published on Rumble, but I don't know the date of the actual video itself. Do you guys have that? And if you don't have it, will you do a dive on that for us to see when he said this? Now, yeah, 17 talked about Corsi. Todd, do you remember when 17 talked about Corsi?
Not particularly.
Let me see.
And when you get time, will you check your messenger, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. So Corsi goes back to Corsi was subpoenaed in the Mueller investigation. They tried to take Corsi out because he was doing damage, and Obama has never forgiven Corsi for all the damage that he did to him while he was president. And Q talks about Corsi attempt infiltrate. Let me see. Corsi plea deal. Mueller goes after Corsi. Corsi plea deal. There are bad people who pretend to be good. I don't know if they're talking about Corsi. Reread drops regarding warnings. Those most who left the White House did not have a choice. Fake news, fake MAGA. Transparency is the only way. Patriots United. Follow the picture. Now, Jerome Corsi, okay, who I Free Speech Systems, okay. Q says, follow the picture. Jerome Corsi, who I outed as a Mossad asset agent in a 1997 sting operation in London. Corsi and Piper Jaffray broker Brad Amundsen were integral to a fraud that took Minnesota investors for $1 million that the FBI refused to properly investigate. Instead, agents sought to portray me as responsible. Corsi is named as the author of several best-selling Israeli PSYOP books, including Unfit for Command, 2004, Atomic Iran, 2005, Minuteman, 2006, The Abomination, 2008. If you look at this picture, meeting in Krakow, Poland, March 6, 1995, picture from left to right, translator Darius Zopopper and Dr. Jerome Corsi, John Gruber, Glenn Olds, Mel Rockefeller, and Brad Amundsen. This is Corsi here on the left. So he looks like he's got some interesting ties. Now, let me see. He also says Air Force One pics from the same set as November 2017. Q trip code, proof that Q equals same Q as always. Direct SOT at Corsi et al. What's the SOT? Direct SOT. Yeah, he. That's why I want to find out when he did this, because Corsi has bashed Q, and I think it's because Q bashed Corsi. Hey, Anita, I was trying to find the White House in the dark. Do you guys have a live stream to the White House that you could drop me? Sorry, guys. Let me pull up. Let me show you. Sorry about that. This is what I'm looking at on. No, it's not what I'm looking at, actually. Let me get to another drop. That was the. There we go. There we go, guys. Sorry about that. And let me see. And, okay. Yeah, White House down as of now. Lisa, all of you are saying that. White House is dark. Okay. Okay, Kat Plano said the original video of Corsi was April 9th, 2018. And it was posted April 12th, 2018. That's on YouTube. Okay. So very interesting. April 9th, 2018. Okay. So even though that was posted on Rumble in November 2020, you always got to find the original, right? Because some people could look on Rumble and say, oh, it was published November 20th, 2020, but I knew it wasn't then. Now, so looking at the timing of this, if he's, this was May 22nd, 2018, so after April 9th is when Q outs him here. Okay, let's go down farther, and that was it. So interesting timing on this. So in April of 2018, Corsi talks about 17. May 22nd, 2018, 17 comes back and says, direct SOT. What is SOT, guys? Do you know what SOT is? I know I'm missing that. Okay. Dave, White House not dark. That was from 2015. Okay, are we sure about that? Because we gotta know. We gotta be sure on this stuff, guys. Don't like be sloppy. Don't pull up an article and then drop it to us unless you do your homework. Like double check it. Okay. Parlor seems back up now. So Vicky, you saw that today on Messenger. So it was back in April. And then he starts taking Corsi apart, okay? Because, by the way, 17 won't let you talk about 17 if you have any significance whatsoever without calling you out. Because 17 is not going to allow somebody to attach themselves to 17 like Corsi just did without 17 saying, you're not riding my coattails. You're not riding my coattails. And speaking of coattails, look at the size of this coattails. Corsi, 17, outed as a Mossad asset agent in 1997. Okay. How interesting, Todd, that we're here in 17. Are you with me, brother?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How interesting. I've never heard 17 talk about this like this. Listen to this. Follow the picture. And this is quotes. This is quotes from 17. Okay? Jerome Corsi, who I outed as a Mossad asset agent in a 1997 sting operation in London. I think we need to find out who outed Jerome Corsi as a Mossad asset agent in the 1997 sting operation in London. And that might tell us something about 17. So he's exposed them, and then they're going after Corsi. Mueller was, and then he did a plea deal. But here's the thing: Corsi sued Mueller. Corsi sued Mueller because he was. They were disparaging him. They were putting him in a really bad situation. So interesting. You could look up Piper Giuffre, broker Brad Amundsen, were integral to a fraud. So if you look up those dudes and find out who exposed Corsi in 1997, we might have some information. We might have some. You have more than you know. Barbara, I'm appreciating you too. Thank you. The White House feed is gone. Let's see. I'd rather not say yes. You can drop a link in here. Absolutely. Let's see. This is Reddit. Is Dr. Corsi a Mossad agent? Should we be trusting what he has to say? Let's see. This was from 2 years ago. Okay. Let's see. Wow. Interesting. Corsi continued to perform as an Israeli agent. In return for his role in stalking me, he was made into a best-selling author of a series of books written to advance Israel's long-term agenda. Let me see if I can pull this up for you guys to see with me. I don't want to spend too much time on Corsi. We've got a lot going on here. But I do want to make sure. Let me see. Thank you, Christy. I'll check that out. Yeah. Let's see. But I love what he said about Zuckerberg and Dorsey. Now, Corsi hasn't said anything that I haven't said. And as a matter of fact, one of the things that he said that I disagreed with him on, and I forget what it was. It was toward the end there. Okay, so this is, let me see. Yeah.
Well,
So
he kind of pointed the finger at Larry Ellison, and isn't Larry Ellison publicly a Trump ally?
yes, he's a Trump ally. But what he was pointing his finger at Ellison for was that Ellison was funded by the military, and the military is doing this operation, so Ellison is going to have to fall in line. That's what I took from that, because he just got done talking about how these guys like Zuck and Jack are replaceable because they are train cars on the railway, whereas Ellison is the railway. And we'll just
Right.
put we have control over the railway. He's basically saying that the military has control over the railway, the rail lines, and we'll just put new cars on them. So this is good. This is let me get you here. This is from Neon Revolt. Let me see. And this is Corsi, a Rockefeller, Mossad, and B'nai B'rith misinfo everywhere, QAnon. This was May 5th, 2018. Okay. And again, the timeline on this was that on, let's see, basically 17 is burying him in September. September is when 17 was burying him here. May is when he was burying him here. Interesting. By Brock Dorsey with a mention of Corsi, huh? Bullshit meter off the charts on this one. Because the path to dictatorship, they're talking about Trump with all the generals. And hold on. This is very interesting, actually. This is Trump with all the generals, and basically saying that that they did this article on these on this, and they're bashing QAnon. Okay, and they even mentioned Corsi, and which further diminishes it. According to veteran investigative reporter and best-selling author Dr. Jerome Corsi, he was approached 3 years ago by a group of generals and told that Donald Trump had been recruited by U.S. military intelligence, basically what we just saw. Okay, but they're trying to discredit this whole thing, right? And so what we're doing is let me pull up this. We're seeing that 17 is Code Monkey and QAnon both compromised. 428. Disinformation photos with Apple was last straw. Decision at top levels made to pull QAnon board. Option to shut down. Rejected. New QAnon from within team now. Live with new trip code and 8chan board. Confidence reestablished at POTUS. Interesting. Todd, it's like, who do you believe, right? Is Corsi, like, why would Corsi spend all that time trying to take out Obama? Basically, it could have been controlled opposition because it never went anywhere, right? And why did it never go anywhere? Because they owned the courts, so
Yeah.
it wasn't going to go anywhere. They had all the power, and they meant for it to be that way, because that was one of his blackmails. Okay, you play along. We won't tell the world that Michelle's got a dick. You play along, we won't tell the world that you're Muslim. You play along, we won't tell the world that you were born in Kenya. You play along, we won't tell the world that we funded you to Harvard. Okay, you play along, we won't tell the world that your father was business partners with George Walker Bush. Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It goes on and on, right? And so the more you play along, we won't get into your penchant for children and the fact that you're gay. Not that gay is a problem, but it certainly is when you're lying to the world about it. So a lot
Dave,
of
you forgot the big one.
Hold
the
on.
Smoking.
That's the worst of all. Yeah.
You smoker.
Yeah. Big Mike.
Yeah, smoking Big Mike.
Yeah, Pompeo 2344 want to see some arrests. We went down that one. Yeah, Mel Rockefeller. I don't know much about Mel. Doug says gay is an aberration of God. Yeah, a lot of people believe that. I don't. I find that I don't get too fire and brimstone here, just because I want to be inclusive and I want to be respectful, so I don't really get into that here. But I'm not going to speak negatively of people unless they're doing something with somebody who is not consenting. You can do whatever the hell you want. It's not my business. But the moment you do it with somebody who's not non-consenting or is not old enough to consent, or you go down that road, then that's where I stop. So standard operating procedure, but it was Randy. It was SOT as in Thomas. Let's see. Thank you, Dixie. Okay. Yeah. It's Bible based, Jesse. I get that. You know what else is Bible based? That if you wear a different cloth shirt and a different cloth pants, that you should be stoned to death. That's Deuteronomy. So where do we stop with the stonings? Where do we stop? So I don't get into that. And quite frankly, it's your business, and that can be your First Amendment right to disagree with that. But it's also, I'm not going to have my show be exclusionary. Everyone here is welcome, and I don't preach any particular religion or belief, or we pray here, but I don't. Everyone here is, whatever Not exclusionary here. That's the bottom line. So that was interesting. I'm glad you brought that up. I think that was. I'm forgetting now. Sorry, guys. I'm exhausted. It's been a long week. What?
Hey, Dave.
Yeah.
There's a pretty big boom in the message that Cindy sent you.
Okay, let me check that out.
And it's from, well, Christy also sent it. It's kind of just fell in our laps, actually, the way I'm reading it.
Okay, so this is the executive order.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, the only thing I need is this the Insurrection Act executive order?
No, it has something to
got it.
do with the
Okay.
tomorrow morning.
Yeah, and oh boy. Okay. Holy cow. Okay. All right. Let me pull this up. This is wild. This is wild. Okay, guys. So follow along with me here. Executive order on addressing the threat from securities investments that finance communist Chinese military companies. Let me say that again. Executive order from the president on addressing the threat from securities investments that finance communist Chinese military companies. Okay? Now there's a couple things I want to bring up before we get into this. First of all, one of the things that President Trump wanted to address is the fact that he didn't want Wall Street financing military companies in China. Okay? The other thing was that President Trump said was that Chinese companies shouldn't be allowed on the stock exchange because they aren't held to the same stringent reporting rules that other companies are, American companies. Okay? And so that's basically, it's fraud because they could be raising money for one of the companies and it could be completely insolvent. And you don't know that as an investor because the Chinese companies aren't held to the same stringent, quarterly reports, yearly reports as most, companies on the stock exchange are. Going public is one of the hardest things you could possibly do as a business, and one of the things, because so many things you have to do with reporting, like, exactly how much I spent for my lunch last week with a potential investor, that kind of stuff. Like, you got to really get down into it. So at any rate, this was November 12, 2020. By the authority vested in me as President of the Constitution and laws of the United States, including the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, the National Emergencies Act, and Section 301 of Title III, the following actions are prohibited. Beginning 9:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on January 11, 2021, any transaction in publicly traded securities or any securities that are a derivative of or are designed to provide investment exposure to such securities of any communist Chinese military company as defined in Section 4AI of this order by any United States person, and beginning 9:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on the date that is 60 days after a person is determined to be a communist Chinese military company pursuant to Section 4AI or III of this order, any transaction in publicly traded securities or any securities that are derivative of or designed to provide investment exposure of that person by any United States person. Purchases for value or sales made on or before 11:59 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on November 11, 2021, solely to divest in whole or in part. So, Notwithstanding subsection AI of this section, purchases for value or sales made on or before 11:59 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on November 11, 2021, solely to divest in whole or in part from securities that any U.S. person held as of 9:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on January 11, 2021, in a communist Chinese military company of this order are permitted. Purchases or value of sales made on before from the date such solely to divest in whole and part from securities. Yeah, Section 1. Beginning 9:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on January 11, 2021, any transaction in publicly traded securities or any securities that are derivative of or are designed to provide investment exposure to such securities of any Chinese military company. Okay. Interesting.
Notice the dates, Dave.
Yeah.
11/11.
Uh-huh.
Coincidence.
So the first one is November 11th, 11/11. The second one is 1/11.
November 11th. 19.
Interesting. U.S. Stock Exchange. They would probably be on Chinese military. Let's see. After pressure, this was 4 days ago. This is Mnuchin. This exchange made its second abrupt. It's New York Times. I don't want to do with them. I don't need New York Times. New York Stock Exchange to delist 3 Chinese companies with alleged ties to Chinese military. This was on 1/1/21, Todd. 11/21.
Lots of 11s.
Yeah, the New York Stock Exchange on Thursday announced plans to delist 3 Chinese companies with alleged ties to Chinese military to comply with one of President Trump's executive orders. The New York Stock Exchange announced it had begun proceedings to delist China Mobile, China Telecom, and China Unicom, and they will be suspended from trading between January 7th and 11th. My guess is that they're going to be suspended during those days, not just those days. In other words, they're suspended and then they're done. Not just for those days. The delistings come as a November executive order. Okay. Several, quantitative hedge fund managers, including Renaissance Technologies, Dimensional Fund Advisors, and 2 Sigma Investments, had the largest holdings in U.S. listings, Bloomberg News reported. All 3 of the soon-to-be delisted Chinese companies have separate listings in Hong Kong and have no significant presence in the U.S. All right. He sought Chinese government seeks to influence China. This was President Trump's order. Civilian Chinese companies to support its military and intelligence activities, which he said presents an unusual and extraordinary threat to the U.S. Earlier this year, the DoD released a list of dozens of Chinese companies that it said had links to the military. The Chinese Foreign Ministry accused the U.S. of viciously slandering the military-civilian integration policies and said they would stand by their companies, according to Bloomberg. Exchanges like the New York Stock Exchange had previously pursued Chinese companies over the past decade as they tried to extend their initial public offering businesses. So, what's very interesting about this is that also, it's also unfair for a Chinese company that is constantly devaluing the yuan so that it can, bump up its presence in the world. Yeah, 2-year delta, Chase. Yeah, we're going to go to the deltas. The And the other thing about the Chinese companies, that Trump banned Huawei. From
Huawei.
Huawei.
It's
Thank you.
pronounced like
That's
a
right.
W.
That's right. Huawei. And wouldn't let Huawei install 5G towers in the United States. Why? Because he knows what's built into these devices. He knows what's going on. They've got backdoors in these things. That's the bottom line. But that's good stuff. So tomorrow morning, we're one step closer to telling China, yeah, no, we're not going to play your game.
Interesting day in the market tomorrow. Well, I'd like to see. I don't know what kind of market weight they carry. And the other thing that people don't think of is they're included in your baskets of stocks. When you go and buy an index, they're just thrown in. Like say if you bought all the airlines, you can buy the blue chip airlines, or you can buy the mid cap or the lower grade. They might be thrown in there, and you don't even know you're investing in a Chinese communist company.
Exactly. Randy said maybe Sea of Thieves, SOT. That sounds pretty accurate.
Wow.
Pakistan is still in the dark today, Barbara said. Logos Seduce says, why affect it from 1/11/21 to 11/11/21? You know the significance of 11/11 and war ending. Yeah. Yeah, war beginning, war ending. And so 11/11, 21, but 1/11/21 speaks to that. That's huge. That's huge. And by the way, GE supposedly, did you guys hear that GE, the reason why Pakistan was closed down or was dark was because Pelosi was trying to arrange a connection, a sale of GE to who was she selling it to, Richard? You were telling me about that earlier. Kathy, I don't trust Mnuchin either. I think he's one of the, Wall Street deep staters that he had to pull close to him. Let's see.
Dave, there's a little 2-minute video in there for you to look at, please.
Okay. It's not going to get us kicked off and banned or anything, is it?
Somebody's live video for tonight from El Paso, Texas. And Stephanie, oh my goodness. Stephanie Campbell Oching sent it.
Is show info?
Yeah.
Or yours?
It's both. It's in the
Talina on Twitter?
No, that's not one from me. Here, let me resend it to you so it's right on front.
Okay.
There.
Thanks.
I didn't realize she had sent some other stuff after I did. Christy, you're bearing my stuff. Not fair, Christy. I have to keep sending it.
Christy did send a live shot of the Capitol again. That's cool. That doesn't seem to be working there.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see.
This interweb is slow tonight.
Yeah.
Did you get it?
Nadine, I'll check that, please.
Squirrel.
Let me see. Okay. Here we go. Just lost it. Here we go.
I can't believe we're just
There's
sitting
a
here.
fucking gun on that son of a bitch.
Look at that.
Look at that damn gun up there on there.
Holy shit.
How many more's coming?
Oh my god, there's more.
Yeah.
At the truck stop. Holy shit.
Whoa.
Yeah, they're fully armed.
Oh my god, damn.
You'll never see them armed.
This is freaking me out.
Yeah, you don't see them with the guns actually on the turrets.
I mean, they're fully
normally.
gunned. Got them on the back, too.
Holy cow.
Oh, shit.
Why are they at a truck stop? If there's more people on the ground.
He's armed, too.
For God's sakes.
Wow.
Oh my gosh. Holy cow.
Yeah, El Paso.
Should we be worried about something? Or doing something I don't know to do?
Bleezer said those are recon vehicles.
You never see them. You never see them in convoys armed, ever.
Wow. Interesting. So, as much as this is a show that's being produced, right? That we're saying, you know, Q17 keeps saying enjoy the show.
Looking at my phone.
Terry just said Mnuchin is producing this show. Mnuchin used to be in film, and that's an interesting thought there. But even if everything that we've watched is a show, is being produced, they're still gonna make arrests, right? Yeah. So that was in El Paso. Thank you, Cindy. Where did that come from?
That was from Stephanie Campbell Oching.
Awesome. Thank you, Stephanie. Wow. And Christy, thanks for the executive order thing. That's very interesting. Yeah. That's, yeah, I did see that last spotting of Huma and Anthony. That was a while ago. I can't remember exactly when. I think it was from the summer. Let's see. So, let me see if I can pull something up for you guys. Kay Dixon, Dave is a savage. I think that's a compliment. Angeline says, I think I'm going in our basement soon. Scary. So James says, I have no basement.
We don't either.
Doug says, I don't either, actually. Doug says, Pence and Mnuchin both flew to Israel on the 6th. 6th of what? December? Diana says, military has huge presence at Fort Bliss. Where's Fort Bliss? Or are you thinking, oh, okay, yes. Kitty says, Simon Parks was the one that said deal was supposed to go down in Pakistan about GE Motors, selling GE Motors for planes. For, I guess, for Pakistan, maybe. Randy also said SOT, small outline transistor. I think Sea of Thieves might be closer. Well, here's the thing about, scary. Yeah, KG, I did look at Airborne Corps. Let me pull that back up again. Let's see. Let's see. Will you tell me why you wanted me to go to the Airborne Corps? Mountain. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, so I do want to pull this up, but would you tell me specifically what you wanted me to find? Because I want to make sure I'm finding what you want me to find with Twitter Airborne Corps. So 40% of Pakistan is in the dark. Deal for 5.4 billion with China. Soldier's Angel, thank you. So Bliss is in Texas, but how close to El Paso, please? Oh, wow. Barbara says, did we cover D.C. Chief of Police resigning, saying he was prevented from bringing in the National Guard? Holy cow. That's huge. That's huge. If you guys have something on that, please send it to me in Messenger or to my email. Wow, that's very well, they couldn't have been in Israel on 1/6 because we were there. Pence was there on 1/6, unless he went in the morning and came back. Fort Bliss is in El Paso. Okay, thank you, Nancy. Pam, yes, thank you. So the thing about seeing all that military, Todd, if Obama was in office, I'd be loading my guns. Right?
Yep.
If Bush was in office, I'd be loading my guns. Clinton, I'd be loading my guns and buying new ones.
Yep.
But Trump, when I see military, I've got a warm feeling in my body, like I just peed myself. Like, I mean, it's that warm.
It all comes down to potty talk eventually, doesn't it?
Yeah. We got to keep the audience, right? We got to keep you on you. So Printer Will said, we were told Miller said no to NG request. Yeah, interesting. That would be good to find and get to the bottom of that. Now, the narrative would be that Trump's people wouldn't allow it to happen, right?
Well, now Esper was the one that was saying not no earlier this summer when actually burning buildings and car bombs and all that stuff was going on in actual death.
Yeah.
That Esper was standing in the way of that then. So, and that's one of the reasons he was removed.
Exactly. Randall says, why would your guns not be loaded anyway? Mine are actually loaded. I was just being, I don't know, giving you a visual there of me like sitting at the kitchen table loading guns, because I saw the military.
Usually by the time, if you need it for somebody breaking in, you probably don't have time to look for your ammo.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Exactly. Emily Stiles says, I feel like that's happened to you before, Dave. Yeah, how would I know that it's a warm feeling that when you pee yourself if I hadn't done it? Yep, been there, done that. You busted me. Anita says, if it was Obama, I'd shit myself. Okay, it's into the midnight hour here, folks. We're gonna get down and dirty here. Cheers, everybody.
I'm about ready to fall asleep on my on my stool.
No way we're doing the TAV drop tonight, man.
There's absolutely no way. I was dreading that when you said it's too late.
Yeah. So
we got
Lisa
through the first line in an hour. We don't have 7 more hours.
I know. TAV, you gotta. I want a TAV instrumental. That's what I want.
Or just tell us what you mean.
Exactly.
Just
get to the point. Get to the point, says the guy who does 7-hour shows.
That's great.
You guys are getting slap happy.
We're exhausted. Oh my God.
Is there anybody still watching?
Oh, dude, I was on my. Yeah, is there anybody still watching? No.
Are we just talking to each other or what?
Dude, they've been gone for hours. I just been stringing you along. We are. Yeah, we're at like 800 people right now. I'm sorry, 1,800.
I was going to say 800. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
I know, right?
Or the next day.
Yeah, promises. So Yeah, oh my gosh, I was up early, and I was heading down to coaching, and I looked, and I had two shakes, two of the Purium shakes. By the way, guys, if you wanna clean yourself out, get stuff out of your system, Purium, you gotta
That
check it
sounded
out.
bad.
Um,
That
but
sounded really bad, Dave.
yeah, I know, right? If you want to get toxins out of your system, Purium is the way to go. Check us out on the IndoctriNATION.com. You can see a link there, and you can learn more about it. But I looked down, I saw those two shakes, and I'm like, uh-oh, where's my... I was going to get some tea or coffee, and I was going to pour some tea with a couple black tea bags. No tea, and so I was like, oh my God, how am I going to get through this? And I did fine. I did fine, actually, because but the Purium helped. But this is, I'm exhausted, and I've got to actually, unless we go dark overnight, I gotta be in Century City by like 9 a.m. So it's about time to pull the ripcord here.
Yep, gotta go. Bye.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Gail says, speed it up, Dave. We're all falling asleep too. Yeah, Vincent says, how does clean yourself out sound bad? Yeah, that's yeah.
It's just the visual.
Yeah. Wendy says, Dave, we know what you do when you clean yourself out. You fall asleep on the potty.
Yeah, we've connected the dots.
That's
you see?
funny.
That's a great line. Oh
Who
my
said
God.
that, Dave?
Wendy Hall. Oh
Wendy,
my God.
that's awesome.
Oh, that was a great line. Because for those of you who don't know, after my time at the Capitol, which I really oh my God, I got to show that video. I don't think I have it dialed in, but
At the Capitol?
At the Capitol. Nice one. Nice. By the way, that was 2/3 of a pun, Todd. Pu.
You so need sleep.
Oh, God. Put me out of my misery.
So after my time in D.C. at the rally in the Capitol, getting tear gassed and getting pushed around by some cops, and when I'm just hanging out, I'm not doing anything. I was going to come on and do a show, and because we had to talk about stuff, because all the markers were met on Wednesday, and I haven't gone to your link on the markers. I'll try to get to that, but this was and I fell asleep on the can before the show, so that's why I ran late.
Well, Dave, you do kind of look like Antifa, when the rally. Everybody was pointing at the 6'8" guy going, look at him, he's Antifa.
Yeah. No, dude, I'm Mantifa. I'm all man. Mantifa.
Oh, that was 1/10 a pun.
Let me see. That's good stuff. If people haven't seen it, it's awesome. Thank you. Lisa says I'm drunk. Lisa, no way. I've had three of those White Claws, but you got to understand. Yeah, Kathy's saying have another claw, Dave. It would probably take me 6 of those to get going. That's how. To jumpstart this 250-pound body, or I'm actually down. I'm down to like I'm almost down to. I'm under 240 now, I think. But why is this not showing up? Like I have, so my videos aren't showing up on my iCloud, and that's why I haven't been able to share. Oh, here it is. Okay. All right, I can share this with you guys. All right, I think you're gonna dig this, because it's gonna show you. Let me set this up. It's like I'm a guest on Johnny Carson. You want to set this clip up for us, Dave? Sure, Johnny. Yeah, give me a sec. So this is a scene. Okay, let me pull it up here for you. Okay. All right. So this is a scene. We got to the all right, I got to preface it. Hold on. I got to preface it with a couple others real quick first, okay? All right. This is good. Okay. Now, let me show you a few different videos just so you get a taste of what was going down, okay? This is like in the midst of a crowd at the event once we walked from the White House to the Capitol, okay? Families, people in wheelchairs, as you see, beautiful patriots, Trump flags. There's the Capitol, of course. So, I mean, look at these people. Do they look like they're storming the Capitol? Folks, there's people like up on the Capitol itself, right? There's people that are, you know, this is kind of that's me just kind of doing some different stuff. This is once I got closer. People waving flags, they're on the Capitol, right? This is all legal. Like, being here is legal. And they even had scaffolding up there. But look how peaceful everyone is. Like, I felt so safe in this crowd, folks. I never felt like I was in danger. I never felt like anything was wrong. And this was the kind of demonstration that President Trump was calling for, okay? This was the kind of, wasn't that drummer great? I love that drummer. These guys, once they got up there, look, they're putting the Trump sign up. It's like, no, he's our president, not the one that you guys say is our president. People were helping each other. People were like helping each other climb up to get to this location, right? And look at this, I mean, just look at this crowd. Do these people look violent to you? Do these people look like they've got an agenda to get into the Capitol and hurt somebody or hurt others? The only reason they're climbing up this thing here is because it was so crowded. Right? So I want to do this one again. I want to just stop at one point here and tell you, okay, I'm not there yet. Okay. I don't think I'm there yet. No, okay, that's the lower level. Okay, I got to go up to the next one. So here's some visuals of once I got up to the stairs, and now I'm kind of looking down on people because I'm up on the stairs that go to the side here. Okay. Now there were people you were seeing that were getting. Okay, let me go to this next thing here. So see how crowded it was going up these stairs. Like there was a friend, Barbara, she was already up there because she climbed up this wall. I wasn't going to do that. I was just waiting for people to get kind of flushed out here. And but the whole idea was just to get up here and kind of hang out. All these people, they're not like pushing to get in. They're just like kind of hanging out. I'll send you another.
76 years old, I'm storming the Capitol.
That guy, look at this guy. He just climbed up there. He's an elderly gentleman. He wanted to be up there. He just climbed up this way. Right? Okay. And so we're trying to get people to keep climbing. Right? These folks even dropped the ladder down so people could climb up easier so that it wasn't as dangerous. Right? Well, we're just kind of hanging out. It was kind of cool, right? There's the mall behind us, okay? And so this was all, awesome. Like, we were having a blast. A lot of beautiful patriots just waving flags, high-fiving, hugging it out. A lot of great moments here. And then I wanted to show you, once I got up to the side here. Now this was kind of a different vibe over here, okay? Because this is going around the side, underneath the scaffolding to the right side, okay? Because these people, if you'll notice, I want you to notice something here, okay? I want you to notice the colors that you see here, okay? A lot of red, a lot of colorful, like, red caps. You're not going to see 5 people or 4 people or 3 people without a lot of red on, okay? But you get up to this level, and now you see 2, maybe 3 red hats, okay? So these are other people. Look, there's no Trump gear on here. Nobody's got Trump gear on, okay? And what these people were trying to do, they had already tried to pull down the barricade that's up here. They had already tried to pull this down. And the police I saw one woman, she had a cut on her eye, really nasty cut. And they had stopped them from approaching any further, okay? So this had already happened. Now, the timing on this, folks, just so you know, was already after they had let people in to the Capitol while it was still in session, okay? And that was all choreographed. That was all planned ahead of time. Why do I know that? Because of everything that's coming out here, okay? Pakistan, Nicolette said, is not dark. I just asked my friend from Pakistan. Thank you. Awesome. So, Pat says, I had a friend tall like Dave. We used to call him Big Bird. Well, I get a lot of Big Dave and Tall Dave. Yeah, I'm sharing the videos. Or you mean sharing them online? I'll figure out if I can put them on the website. Let's see. So, yeah, so 2 hats in the whole deal, right? So these people, they're militant. I'll tell you that right now. That's where I took a piss, right there off the Capitol. There we go. And so that's where I was. These are the police behind us. And these are all the people. Like I said, there's just a couple red hats. There's 3 right there, okay? But look, this dude's got his hat on backwards, okay? So this was a definite shift in energy because these people were, and now this is me, I'm right in front of the police. Okay, now, the significance of this, do you hear how they're talking to the police? Right? A lot of F-bombs. This guy in the brown was right up in their face, pointing his fingers. He was like really trying to instigate something. Okay, now, was he angry? Yes. Did he have a reason to be angry? Absolutely, because we just, lost our president that we voted for, right? They basically allowed Joe Biden in, okay? And I was having some of those conversations too, because every single one of these people, I heard what I had to say to them. And what I had to say to them was basically like, listen, the people that are in that building are the people that don't support you. They're the people that they just voted into office, Biden. He does not support the blue. And they're using you to stand between us and them because they just screwed us out of an election, and you know it. How many of you guys and gals, how many are you parents? Do you know what they do to children? I told them, I said, you know, they're pedophiles. They rape them, they torture them, and they drink their blood. It's called adrenochrome. Look it up. I'm telling these cops, but I'm being very respectful, the whole time. And a lot of people there were being respectful of the police and telling them basically, listen, I'm not the guy that's going to come through here, but there are people that are trying to do it. And I thought this was cool, just arose here. But I'm going to show you. So people were like, and then there's a little bit later. So the crowd is starting to thin out a little bit. This is buddy Jeff that I met, great guy, military, I believe Marine. I forget right now, but we got to be in contact because we got separated when things went south. So he and I are now in the middle, and they're very, you know, they're defending the whole thing. Right, there's nobody that's going up through that right now, okay? Because we only have like one line. And this is where one of these guys was the one that thanked me when I was leaving, like how I treated them, how I talked to these officers. And I think he was a sergeant because he had the green sleeves. But here's what was starting to happen. This is what is interesting, is they started pounding this. Supposedly there's a door of some kind down there, and look, they've got a battering ram. Okay, they've got a battering ram. Todd, I didn't see a lot of Trump supporters with battering rams there. But look, look at this guy. He's looking out. He's standing, and he doesn't have Trump gear on, by the way. And so I'm trying to figure out who these cats are. And what do I see? And I'll pull this up here in a second. So there's transit traders because of what they just did, right? And now this guy he's done. He's like, all right, you guys got to get out of here because they know they're trying to breach down below now, right? So they're going to make us get out of there, okay? Now, here's what I want to show you. This was very, very interesting. This is very key here, and I want to take you to this shot. Todd, Cindy, you got any questions or comments while I'm pulling this other one up?
No, I'm just a little delayed. I'm waiting when you're talking
sorry.
about what
Okay.
you're. Yeah, I'm following you.
Okay. So this is okay. Let me take you through these pictures. That video I just showed you. Excuse me. Excuse me. Hold on one sec. Back. Sorry about that. So, remember this video I was just showing you guys. Well, this is the battering ram down here, okay? This guy here is wearing a U.S. Capitol Police helmet. Now, in the video that we saw with the girl getting shot, she had U.S. Capitol Police people right behind her, officers, that had the I believe they're ARs pointing at the dude that just shot the girl, supposedly. And here we've got one watching out over this battering ram going in. Like involved in the process here. Okay? So I don't know what's going on with that, but you know, you can't be just walking around DC with US Capitol Police helmets on. And so, what was going on there, and was this part of what was going down? Okay.
Or
So,
how many people walk around with the battering ram?
yeah, where the hell did that come from? Like, that wasn't
Came from the-
premeditated?
It came from what I saw, Dave. They broke the window with actually a shield, which to me only the officers carried
Yes.
shields.
Yep.
And then once the main window was broken, they handed the battering rams out the window from the inside.
Well, I tell you, some of the guys that were close to me had battering rams. They had the shields. They had the shields. I'll show you that in a second here.
So they used the shield to breach the first window.
Interesting. Okay. Interesting. So I'll take you to that now. I'll take you to that video. Okay, so this is what was going on. Now, see that light in there? Okay, that's where they're trying to get into. And now people are like, what the hell's going on? Are they really getting into this part of the building? You see this window here, Todd? That looks like one of the ones that they could have breached from the side, this type of window. But the one they're doing in the middle, that's the one they're really focused on. So let me take you to the video of this. Now, here's the thing, and here it is, okay? In here, you should see a few of the people with the shields. But this is when they said, we don't want you in here. And then look at how effective they are, okay? And here we go. So these guys have bats. And see the shield up there? Now somebody just threw tear gas into them. Okay? So somebody from the outside had tear gas and just launched it there.
So maybe they wanted to make it look like they were repelling more people.
Right. And by the way, you see the shields right there?
Yep.
By where that guy's got the camera, there's a shield right there. So they're like actively, obviously, angry, trying to get in here. And there's one of the flash grenades, which is very disorienting. And there's a couple of the shields right there. Somebody's got a door for crying out loud. They're using it as a shield. This guy's using the battering ram, or one of them, to just pound the floor, which I thought was like reminded me of high school when we would stomp on the bleachers,
Yeah.
And now from outside they're spraying bear spray, or whatever that is, the hornet spray. Now here's a flashbang that was right in front of me. So that's a little disorienting. But it was still far enough away. There's another one that goes off there. Now see, they're launching stuff into the crowd that's not doing anything, right? Like the people
Over the
back
top.
here. What's that?
Yeah, over the top of the guys that are actually doing
Exactly.
it. Backing people away.
Yes. Because the people back there weren't doing anything.
But
Where
getting a
I
good
was,
look at it.
We're just watching. But look how quickly that dispersed. Okay? There's another flashbang, another, and there's more tear gas. All that white is tear gas.
Yeah, that's pretty thick.
Oh, dude, it was nasty. And I'm passing by, like, there's like a little girl, there was an elderly couple that was trying to figure out what the hell we do.
Yeah, why would you
And and I'm just trying to like breathe. Like we're all trying to just breathe. Like, it's so intense. And I just had, I remember I had my glove over my mouth, just trying to get some fresh air, and everyone's basically trying to get some fresh air.
Get down, go now! Go! There's live ammo coming! Go, go, go!
Somebody said there's live ammo coming. I didn't hear that.
Go straight forward! Go straight! Keep it moving! Keep it moving!
Well, don't you think you would have noticed if people walked up to the building with that big battering ram?
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, they didn't carry that from their car.
That could easily have been, That could easily have been handed from the inside, like you said.
Yeah, I saw the video of that. I don't think it was on that side, though. It must have been on another side.
Yeah, it was on the other side. Look at that. Look how thick that is.
So see, if you were planning an event, you would want to make it look like they were repelling people, so there'd be a lot of video in the front, right?
Right.
Well,
That happened.
I mean, basically, they probably could have just walked outside and said, "Hey guys, party's over, go home," and you guys would have walked away.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we were doing, actually. We were doing before that happened. They were asking us to leave, and I just turned around and I started walking, and that's when the guy said, hey, thanks for what you said and stuff. And then it was like some of the guys were like, we're leaving, but don't push us. Because there was a lot of that right before this. I got the video too. Because it was starting to get a little heated. So that's how easy and they're still firing, by the way. They're still firing tear gas.
Hey, they want the bombs to burst through the night.
Well, that's for the show.
Yeah. Yeah, so everyone's asking for water.
Yeah, that's a really scary crowd. Look at them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, yeah, somebody said it was flashbacks from the tear gas, why I had to spit like that. Yeah, so that's that's what happened. So this is when they were getting a little aggressive. Like guys were trying to leave, but they were like really kind of pushing, and it got pretty heated. Let me take you to the one right before this. I think it was pretty intense. Maybe not. Here, it's upside down. Is it upside down? I do that. All right, you guys got to stand on your heads if you want to see this.
It's your worst day in uniform.
Worst day in uniform.
Oh, wow, that's trippy.
I know, right? Yeah. Sorry about that, guys. That's a little upside down one, but this one got a little heated. And these guys were pissed because of the way they kind of knocked them off. And see, here's the prelude to that, where they're trying to get in that space. So 99.9% of the people there were like, we just want to be on the Capitol. We want to show that we're not happy with the way things went down. So, there you go. And they weren't actively trying to get in. And yet, and the police was, and this was after everybody was gone, too. There was nobody else in there, right? So there was nobody in there. So they were basically repelling people from an empty Capitol, right? Yeah, Capitol Police helped no one. But they weren't supposed to. That wasn't their job. Thank you, guys. So that's what that's all about. So if thank you, Beth. Okay, so Nadine, I'm gonna go check that out. So that was it, guys. That was the basically when they wanted to repel, they were able to very easily. So what's that tell you about the people that did get in there earlier when there were VIPs inside the Capitol? Okay, so that's what. None of it makes sense. None of it makes sense. So that was the front door from the mall, right? But not the front door, but the door from the mall. Yeah, they immediately deterred it, right, Johnny? They were, and so they made that happen. Sorry, it's been buffering, guys. Sorry about that. Dixie says MSM ain't got ish on Dave or shit on Dave. Thank you. Yeah. There wasn't any mainstream media there. Like, that's the thing. Like, I didn't anticipate that they were going to cover. That's the other thing. How much of the mainstream media was covering what I just showed you in terms of, people just hanging out, like the guy drumming, people doing all that stuff, right? Leato, so proud of you, Dave, for supporting our president. Thank you. Trump truly loves his country and her citizens. I agree. So the okay, and Lisa says you have a video to show, and let me see if I can find Nadine's thing. Now Nadine, okay, here we go. Let me see if I can find that. Is it Nadine Brown? Nadine, I'm not showing you, and if you would, send it to me at davesnet@gmail.com if you can, because I'm having trouble getting stuff on Messenger a little bit. Okay. Gotta close some stuff down. Okay. Let's see if I can get to that.
I'm hoping Pompeo's at 5 minutes now.
I know, right? Surfer Dave, which is Dave Reinert, is on Twitter, and he's saying, well, that was January 1st, 17 hours ago, he retweeted Secretary Pompeo, America First. Doesn't look like he's got a lot of stuff going on there. He does have 17 hours ago the text, the N8 98078. 9 plus 8 equals 17. The 0 is the break, followed by 7 plus 8 equals 15. Bring the decipher together, 1715. Comms. Okay, that was from Devin Nunes. 1715 takes us to how do you hide a message in clear sight? Q. You'd be amazed how much is shared on posts online, data exchange, Guardian Project. So Reinert goes to 4686. What took him there? Can't figure out what took him here. 4686. The Punisher. Equal justice under the law is written. Transparency, disclosure, and accountability. Justice is the only way forward. Future of our republic at stake. Watergate times 1,000. September 14th to 18th, 21st to 25th. Track and follow events. Did Kevin set his alarm? We talking Kleinsmith, do you think? Cliff Poncier. I don't know who that is. All right, so that's so it's a thread. Okay, we're not getting a thread. So maybe I'm missing something from Surfer Dave. The last pick is my new Facebook account. The second one was disabled immediately. Oh, okay. So we need Cliff Poncier on Facebook then. Here he is. Okay. Has Last of the Mohicans seen? And let's see what he's got here. This was from Dave 44 minutes ago. That's interesting. What's going on there? That's a cool shot of Melania. And look at all this press. And that looks like Pompeo right there. You see that, Todd?
Yeah, I can barely see it.
What else might 23 refer to? Dash versus minus military. Okay, so let's go here. Multiple meanings exist. What else might 23 refer to? Dash versus minus military. Well, here we are with very little time before the inauguration, and it's put up or shut up time. So how could 23 relate to now? Well, 23 is directly associated with pain. It was the code exposed on purpose in the last picture. Then here we're presented with a clue. Dash versus minus. Okay, the first usage was a countdown. Minus. So let's try dash. Dash 23. What could it be? What if it's a time frame, an amount of time? Negative 23, seconds, minutes, hours, days, weeks, months. What amount could negative 23 signify? Well, nothing is easy to figure out. So we were told over and over to expand your thinking. So here's my thinking. 23 is equal to 1 year, 11 months. 111 is a special number. That's been popping up tonight all night. And 111 is also tomorrow's date. 1-11. Dash versus minus. Sweet dreams. I'll see you tomorrow. Salute. Okay.
I like that.
Yeah, that's a good one, I think, to end on, maybe.
Yeah.
So the only thing I wanted to do is Nadine's been trying to get me to look at the thing that she sent, but I haven't seen it yet. But what I want to say, and by the way, yes, green for go. Melania was dressed in green. Good catch, guys. Pompeo tweeted, yes, we've been down to 1044 and 2344. Q has been dark for 33 days. Truth Seeker, good call on that. That's a significant number. Dave, to find messages from people that's not on your friends, Mary, thank you. Open Messenger and click your pick top left corner. You will see a list of number of messages you didn't see. Thank you. Let me try that right now. Hold on.
I have a lot.
Yeah, hold on. Open Messenger. Okay, let me open Messenger and click pick top left corner right here. Wait a minute. Open Messenger. You will see a list of number of messages you didn't see.
Yeah, because you have to okay them the first time. It's like give them a thumbs up or a wave at them.
Well, this is my stuff. Recent activity.
On mine, when I open Messenger,
yeah,
at least on my phone. See, I've got a phone app.
Oh, here we go. New message requests.
Yep.
I click there. But can I find? Okay, here's Nadine's. Okay. All right. Okay, you got me going in the right direction, Mary. Thank you.
Yeah, you just got to give them a thumbs up or something, and then you can communicate back and forth.
Oh, okay. Good to know. Okay. Now I got you. So let me pull this up. Okay. All right, this is a good decode. I've seen this before, and this is important. Now, let me tell you what we've already done on this. So this is 4414, and we were led there last night again tonight. EAM loyalists, Red 1, POTUS Twitter removal. That's happened, as we know. Red 2, Central Communications blackout, continental U.S. Now, the Red 1 that happened on Wednesday was they blocked our communication at the Capitol. Okay? For example, had I have been live streaming what I just showed you now, you never would have seen it. Because I was trying to go live to you guys while I was there, and I could not. So only video could be captured, and then most of that video wouldn't be out in the public eye until after the public had already formed an opinion on what actually happened there, because that was the mainstream media. So that was an important communication jam that they had to do. So Red 2 partially happened at the Capitol, but certainly not continental U.S. So we're still waiting for the major Red 2 nationwide. Red 3, classified movement of Pelosi or Pence. Okay? And that happened on Wednesday because when everybody was there, they had to get them out of there, and that's how they got the laptops. Okay? The other thing to notice about that is some of the SNEDs were talking about this last night, and they said if you rearrange the letters, it spells silenced Pope. But it's actually silenced, I think, Poppy. It's not Pope. But I love the way that you guys are thinking outside the box. Red 4, movement of military assets, 10th Mountain, okay? 1st Marine, CPSD Marine Quiver to central locations under guise of citizen riot control. Now, there was some movement of military from Fort Bragg to the Capitol. There was movement of Secret Service, which goes down to Red 6, to the Capitol. So at any rate, we also talked about CPSD and how that might be Capitol Police, security detail or whatever, right?
Yeah.
That's probably, I think their moniker is different, but that is probably who shot that girl. The security inside the Capitol. And then we know that the military is being moved out now around the country, and so we're seeing Red 4 happen on a larger scale than we were on Wednesday. Red 5, National Military Communications Center, we had thought that President Trump had gone to Abilene, which is a part of that. Also, there was talk of him going to Cheyenne Mountain in Colorado, that possibly a military command center. So that's still up in the air as to if Red 5 actually happened or not. Red 6 is the Secretary of Defense, Instruct 1, U.S. Secret Service. So that goes up to the Department of Defense. I and the people I lead in the Department of Defense, I think this is Christopher Miller, continue to perform our duties in accordance with our oath of office and will execute the time-honored peaceful transition of power to President-elect Biden on January 20th. And that was, of course, I believe, misinformation, right, that they're putting out there, okay? That, in other words, that Red 6 is a code that the Secretary of Defense, Christopher Miller, just sent the code when he said this. That's the speculation here, I believe, okay? Because if they're going to continue to perform their duties in accordance with their oath of office, then that means that they have to take Biden out. They have to take these traitors out because that's in accordance with their oath of office. And will execute, by the way, execute. Look at that word that is used. The time-honored peaceful transition of power to President-elect Biden. Are they going to execute Biden on the 20th? Is it a time-honored peaceful transition that people die? That's a transition. It's a peaceful transition too, as we've heard. So is that red 6? Also, X22 says Pence and Pelosi have been moved to safety. Interesting, this sounds familiar. Of course, that's going to red 3. President Trump just flew to Abilene, Texas, and is at the National Defense Command Center. That was red 5. Here's a picture of our 10th Mountain Division training at Fort Drum last night. We are always ready to adapt and overcome. That was red 4. That's the 10th Mountain. Just in, Acting Defense Secretary Chris Miller has authorized more than 6,000 National Guardsmen from 6 states to maintain order in Washington, D.C. That's red 4. Okay. So, yeah, good stuff, Nadine. I did see this earlier today, and it kind of corroborated what I went over Wednesday night after returning from the Capitol to my room, and also, and then Castle Rock, of course, we think is the White House, but it could also be the place where he's holed up, right?
Yeah, we said 3 markers were hit Wednesday.
Yeah. But then somebody, so it was, that's right, because red 1 hadn't happened yet.
Yep.
Red 2 was just, that wasn't Continental. Red 4, we had some military assets. And red 6, I think, came later. I think this note from Christopher Miller. Right?
Pelosi, Pence movement, and then military movement, including Capitol Police, U.S. Secret Service, partial 10th Mountain.
Yep.
So I don't know that all boxes were checked.
Right.
But they were at least on their way.
And then we were told he went to Abilene, so we thought that one was good too.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, now we have confirmed movement today, I believe.
Of military?
No, Trump in the air.
Oh yeah. So Monkey Works said he's off to Europe, right?
Yeah, that's what he was saying.
Well, yeah. What do you think of that?
Monkey took back his original thought that
Abilene, right?
Yeah, he was at Texas.
Right. He did take that back.
Yep.
So this is 5:33.
That looks like this. There's a good reason why present.
No, it's 14 minutes.
I apologize if there's a delay between my voice and my mouth moving. So
this is coming from everywhere all of a sudden, and we're going to unpack what we know.
Be honest.
Well, Monkey Works, let's go to Twitter so we don't have to watch the video. Maybe we'll get through that quickly. He was taken off. Was he taken off Twitter? Yeah, this account doesn't exist. Yeah. Interesting. So he's
Monkey Works is gone now?
Yeah.
Oh, he was there earlier.
Really?
Yeah. Maybe it was yesterday. I don't know. I've checked so many accounts, but I thought it was there today.
Monkey Works US is this account doesn't exist. Try searching for another one. And he's at @mill_ops.
Yep.
Parler's completely down. Robert says he's on Gab. Okay, here we go with Gab. 600,000 new Gabbers today.
Now, VK's got a new Twitter.
Does he?
Yeah,
Victory. Oh, the old one. The old one, right?
Victory Kennedy or something. I think it's Victory Kennedy. He's had some really good posts today.
Looks like Gab is not happening.
Yeah, they're overwhelmed, I believe.
Yeah. All right, so Twitter, I think we were at VK last night, and it's Crypto Koba, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. So that was his old. That was his old one.
Is it?
Yeah, he rebooted, I think.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he's been posting some good stuff.
By the way, America Piss level 8.32. Oh, Cowboys back. Does anyone else feel like everything is converging?
Yeah. Yes, definitely.
Let's see. I sent a kitchen troll. Let's see. AOC, we came close to half the House nearly dying on Wednesday.
And ordered an attack.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Oh my God.
We came close to half of the House nearly dying on Wednesday.
You know, we could only hope. Well,
if a foreign head of state, if another head
it's like
of state
we had our
came
chance.
in
We should have finished
and
it,
ordered
Dave.
an attack on the United States Congress, would we say that that should not be
terrible
prosecuted?
thought. We got to stay. If we didn't have the plan, we probably would have.
Response to that?
Unbelievable.
No.
AOC.
It is an act of insurrection. It's an act of hostility. And we must have accountability because without it, it will happen again.
There's
unbelievable that we as adults are listening to this little girl. She speaks like she's 6 years old.
Don't include me in that.
What's that?
Don't include me in listening to her. I don't ever. As soon as I see her, I change.
Oh, I can't do it, man. Odd. Cowboys back looks at the Schumann resonance and said, "Look, odd. It looks like the evil line is flatlined."
Yep, saw that
on the Schumann. That's pretty cool.
You should have seen the boom last night on everything. Wow.
Oh, that was crazy, right?
Giant white big blotch.
Yeah. VK said, if Twitter stock goes up tomorrow, I will pull everything out of the market. Look at this little dude, Nikola Tesla. That was a cool dude. Update on current Vincent Kennedy social media accounts. We Go Social, Vincent Kennedy, anonup.com, Vincent Kennedy, gab.com, Vincent Kennedy, preparing for the worst or the best. Imagine Trump just fading away, passing up his chance. LOL, no way. Newsmax gives me MK vibes. What's MK? It's not a good thing, I don't think.
MK Ultra.
Ah, yes. Yes. Perfect.
That is 6 helicopters.
Look at this.
I do not know what is going down on 45, but the squad is out. That is 6 helicopters. Oh, God. Holy shit. Hello? I do not know what is going down.
Okay. I don't know where that is. Be good to know. I don't know. Okay, I saw 7 military helicopters fly over me in North Houston around 11 to 12 p.m. today, headed south. Could have been headed to Johnson Air Force Base in South Houston. Okay, there's more of them. Okay. Okay.
We had probably a dozen in about an hour right before the show.
Wow.
And that's a lot
right?
for podunks.
A dozen in an hour?
Springfield. Yeah.
Timestamp 1201, drop 1201, Trump card coming. 1201, answer Q regarding SR, June JA. Now, Fox News, Trump campaign, Russia WikiLeaks to disrupt 2016 presidential election. Coincidence? Trap card played. Nice work, Q. Trump card coming. Okay, it's April 20th, 2018. Trap card played. Democrat Party files federal lawsuit alleging conspiracy by Trump campaign, Russia WikiLeaks to disrupt 2016 presidential election. That was the trap card because they trapped him into that. And then trump card coming. But I wonder why VK took us to 1201. That was 7 helos. Okay. Hilarious. Look at this guy. All right, dude. Let's wrap it up, folks. Hey guys, so here's the thing. Todd, your thoughts on the on our future next couple of days?
I really kind of thought it was going to happen tonight, only because I've been calling for Sunday night, or Monday morning early, because everybody should be resting up for going to work tomorrow, and they should be home. Nobody should be out and about. So I thought, when you're holed up, that's the best time to do it. But I don't know the extent of what they're going to have to do. It sounds like mainly in D.C. and maybe some of the bigger Dem states that had problems, the bigger Dem populations. I don't think that there's going to be riots in Springfield that, hell, the local police probably couldn't handle,
Right.
But it's such a big thing, I mean, we're talking about, they're not going to be able to arrest everybody they want to arrest in a minute. I mean, there's so many, and how they're going to take them down. How they're going to take them down in what order? Are they going to go bottom to top, middle to top, and then bottom, or how are they going to attack this? Because there could be 1 million people.
Yep. Well, there's 600,000 sealed indictments, and each one of those can hold 93 people.
Is it up to 600,000?
No, you know what? No, it's
right around 200,000.
200 something.
But
I have heard that over 500,000 internationally.
Yeah.
That wouldn't be sealed in our courts, but sealed elsewhere. Victoria says, I fell asleep a couple hours ago. I just awoke to find my phone still on. Love it. You guys are the best. I wish I fell asleep 2 hours ago.
Cindy did.
Yeah, right?
Yep.
She needs to get a rest.
She has no problem just checking out.
Awesome. Well, folks, this is it. I think Cake says 216,529 indictments. Look at the Hilo comments. AOC is actually a 30-plus woman, not a little girl. The fact she chooses to act like a little girl is an issue, absolutely, and speak like one.
I like Mini AOC, though. She's great.
Oh, yeah. What happened to her? Didn't she get taken down or something?
No, she got threatened, and her family got threatened and everything. They doxed her.
Yeah.
And then she quit, and then she made a comeback, but I haven't paid much attention because I don't really even pay attention to any AOC subjects.
What's the Platt video that did Nate send us something called the Platt video?
I had to charge my phone.
Let me see. I'm sorry. Hold on. Here. Play video to wrap. Nate says very powerful. Just let me make sure there's not going to be any music, right, Nate, that would screw us up. Dave, I put a large post of Gab names on your page. Awesome, thank you.
These people have...
Okay, I think it's just instrumental. We should be fine. This is a 2-minute. This is from Victory Kennedy, actually, which is Vincent Kennedy. No matter what you say, no matter who you are welcome in this family. These brothers in arms, we will not disrespect you. However, disrespect one of us and you will learn the meaning of brothers in arms. 5-5. We are pissed. Okay? That's what I'm saying. This is not about exclusionary in this theater. You want to exclude people, you go somewhere else. We are uniting. We're not going to be getting in a pissing match over beliefs, religious beliefs, different opinions on things. If you have a divisive nature, if you have something that will divide anybody in this room, take it outside, because that's not what this is about. This is about uniting to fight against the people who mean to enslave us and have done horrendous things to our children of our world. Nothing else matters than uniting together to take down the cabal that has enslaved humanity since the beginning of time.
This is based on a perfect phone call. These people are vicious. Adam Schiff is a vicious, horrible person. Nancy Pelosi is a horrible person. And she wanted to impeach a long time ago when she said, I pray for the president. I pray for the president. She may pray, but she prays for the opposite.
In my view, a manifesto of mistruth, falsehoods, blatantly
We're not seeing
really
it, Dave.
dangerous to the well-being of the American people if they
We're not seeing it.
Ah, damn it.
Restart.
Well, guys, I got to tell you, it was really great. You guys, you know what happened? You didn't hit the donate button. Yeah. All right, hold on a second. All right. Here. Hey, if I started without my mic on, I had to end on, some kind of faux pas here.
Well, that's better than what I did. I was asleep for the first part of the show.
Good for you.
I woke up late.
Yeah, if you ask the people watching, I was too. All right, let's go.
This is based on a perfect phone call. These people are vicious. Adam Schiff is a vicious, horrible person. Nancy Pelosi is a horrible person. And she wanted to impeach a long time ago when she said, I pray for the president. I pray for the president. She may pray, but she prays for the opposite.
in my view, a manifesto of mistruth, falsehoods, blatantly really dangerous to the well-being of the American people if they believed what he said.
So many people have been hurt. And we can't let that go on.
The whole world is watching.
Yes. Let's look into Obama the way they've looked at me from day one. Face the death penalty.
Spying did occur.
There is a storm coming like nothing you have ever seen, and not a one of you is prepared for it.
We can't hear you.
Thank you. Turned off my mic. Thank you for that, Nate. That was awesome.
Yeah.
That was really good stuff. And there are no deltas for I don't think the 2017. There's a couple from 2019. The main one is 2668, January 11th, 2019. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. At what point is it mathematically impossible? The very next day, Red Castle, Green Castle, public access to intel. This is just proof of Q. Awaiting VIP arrival. What senior U.S. official is arriving in China? Purpose. Was that when Obama went? January 11th, 2019. If a woman is selected as a nominee, does that eliminate the wrap-up smear regarding sexual assault? What other tactics might be planned to block and or force name removal? Why is the Senate important? Who controls the Senate? 5347. Enjoy the show. So that was January 11th, 2019. Let's take 2020. And there's some others I want to do. Kurt, you had asked about 34. We did 34 last night. That was pretty important. 34 and 43. Then we did the 3-year delta for. We haven't done the 3-year delta for January 13th, but that's going to take us down a road here. That's a 3-year delta, 18th, 19th. So let me pull that up and see what we got. Yeah, so side-by-side post versus actual news show future proves past, bigger next week. Okay, here we go. 527, Monday, next week, bigger, public. We listened, 2080, greater than 4060. Maybe they're saying, Monday next week is going to be bigger than this week. You and your families are safe, promise. This was January 13th, so that's looking at, folks, Wednesday, right? 529, be ready, MSM coming, big way, we see all, we hear all, fight, 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 conspiracy, push control, MSM lost control, D lost slave grip, D lost center voters, libs are minority, MSM projects as big movement, fake news, 4 to 6% lost forever. Hello, George. Hello, George. That's, is that going to be George Floyd, or is that going to be a JFK Jr.? Oh, there's a lot from January 13. Holy cow. All right. We're not going to get into all these because I got to get to bed, and so does Todd. We are fighting for life. We are fighting for good. We are at war. Not everything will be clean. We went to 521 the other day, and we are at war with the @ symbol, meaning that we are in a digital war. I'm sorry, guys. I don't have this up for you. Sorry. I'm tired. Okay. And have faith. You were chosen for a reason. You are being provided the highest level of intel to ever be dropped publicly in the history of the world. I was talking about that earlier. Use it, protect and comfort those around you. Where we go one, we go all. This is 522, Owls, Hot 1, Hot 2, Hot 3. Term, this is like codes. As the world turns, happy hunting. Jeremiah 29:11. We have been down this one once before. I don't quite remember what all that was, but
For I prepared a house for you, I believe.
Is that right?
Yeah, I think that's what it is.
Okay. And for I know the plans I have for you.
That's it.
Plans to prosper you and not to harm you. Plans to give you hope and a future. Beautiful. Yeah. Beautiful.
I was close for late night.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad. You were in the same testament, I think. And then 523 is Checkmate. 524 is Loop Capital, paying to play. Slush Fund Hussein, 29 million Singapore. We don't say his name. McCain, 19 million Singapore. Why don't we say his name? HRC BC, Bill Clinton, $15 million Banco de Mexico. They know where their money is, folks. Follow the money. Focus on the loudest voices in Washington. Net worth, reconcile. Everyone's taking money out of the system, folks. That's how they get you. That's how they get you. Targeted kills, power out, 710. Flight reroutes, flight returns, running, public awakening message spreading wide and far. Goodbye at Jack. That was 525. Goodbye at Jack. Could that be a 3-year delta on Wednesday? Then Mazvinsky, Ponzi scheme, advanced fee scam. So, yeah, so that's some good stuff, folks. I wanted to just touch on that briefly. This is a big one. You might want to go to 520, Big News Week, Future Proofs Past, what news was unlocked? Do you believe in coincidences? Uranium 1. What public disclosure occurred? DEFCON 1 non-nuke false. Command why? Necessary, no such agency. Where did he stop after Asia? It was necessary for God and country. Yeah. Shall we play a game? How about a nice game of chess? That was just in the video. The floor is yours. Command why? Necessary, who's talking? Think big, think bigger, think biggest. Haiti focus. Why is this relevant? What comes next? Clinton Foundation, boom, shock, buy. Admiral Rogers, class 2398TC. Because of the Democrats not being interested in life and safety, DACA has now taken a big step backwards. The Dems will threaten shutdown. But what they are really doing is shutting down our military at a time we need it most. Get smart. Make America great again. We are fighting for our country. Focus on POTUS's tweet above. If Dems shut down the government, what happened to the U.S. military? What specifically occurs? Think budget. Why is this relevant? Class executive order missing 1, 2, 3. Find missing 3. Future proofs past. Nothing is coincidence. The map is a key. Plan for 3 years. Corruption and evil deep within. Everywhere patience. There's no escape. There are no deals. Treason at highest levels. Foreign agents within our government. Highest levels. The puppet masters have been removed. All vehicles of delivery removed. Strings cut. 7th floor is no more. FBI, State Department. We see it all. We hear it all. The hunt continues. Prison. Death. Class Gitmo. J. Z9A89. Red. Iron Eagle. Q. Awesome. Beautiful.
Now you see how I read them.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
That's how I go through 40 posts a day.
Yeah. All right. Thank you for that, Kurt. That was a good trip down there. And 34, of course, we'll just end on 34, folks. This is what we're looking for, my fellow Americans, over the course of the next several days. We read this last night. So go check out 17 Drop 34. This will get you fired up, okay? This will get you fired up. Yeah, that's it. Quick prayer. Dear Lord, thanks for bringing us all together this evening. Thank you for our just so much that you've provided for us: information, passion, love, joy. Thank you for all of the patriots on this planet that want to just preserve humanity and strengthen humanity and take away the obstacles that get in the way of humanity reaching its highest potential. We thank you for watching over President Trump and his family. We thank you for watching over the QAnon movement and the autists and the Anons and the digital warriors and the snedheads. Lord, please protect them all the military, all the police that are in harm's way but trying to make a better world. We'd like to thank you, God, for our dear friend Eric and his father being a part of our movement, being a part of this incredible revolution. And we just pray for his father who's passed on to you, and pray for Eric that he find peace in this calamity, this storm that is his life right now. And Pray for all the SNET all the people who are having difficulty right now, Lord. I thank you for Jesus Christ. I thank you for the Holy Spirit. And we thank you for your grace, your love, your compassion. And we pray this prayer in your name, and thy will be done. Amen.
Amen, brother.
All right.
Amen. Eric, you will remain our special prayers, buddy.
Yeah.
I know it's been a long show, so I don't know if you'll catch this part, but you're in our prayers and thoughts, so hang in there, man. And all you other SNET heads that are going through anything, we're with you.
Yep. All right, folks. Love you all. Be well. You will see us tomorrow night at the same bat time, same bat channel, unless something changes. And we thank you for all your support, hanging out with us tonight. And God bless you all. We are going into very, very interesting time in human history. Don't let the details get you bummed out. It's a 40,000 foot, and if it doesn't happen this week and it happens next week, you're going to find that it's going to be amazing, because it's just they're doing it as they must. That's all. They're just taking care of things as they must. All right. Good night, all. Love you. Bye-bye. Thanks, pal. Thanks, Cindy.
Do it, Q. Love you, brother.
Do it, Q. Do it.